All right, I'm back. Welcome back, YouTube. I forgot to unmute the Discord.
It's like 2.3 is a magnet for XRP, and that's it.
Dude, just zoom out of this Bitcoin, man. It's tapering up at an upward angle, which makes it a little scary because a lot of times when we're tapering at an upward angle, you can go down. But the way, I guess it can't really accumulate the Bollinger setup the way it should because it's not on a horizontal. But you can see it's tight. The magnitude's tightening up right now, and a move is bound to happen. That might happen up, might happen down. I'm betting on up, but something's about to pop off pretty soon. Looking at this daily 6-hour, 12-hour, 3-day chart, it's not just going to hang around here anymore. Yeah, this word that Bitcoin will become a reserve currency in the United States, it's floating around more and more. even Motley Fool, they just put out an article, and that's the title basically. Bitcoin will become
Motley
a reserve.
Fool is parody. Motley Fool is like a joke.
Straight up 100%. Like
Yeah, it's
like Onion.
Like yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right, good thing it says fool.com instead of motleyfool.com at least. Yeah, but some of these things are dropping in here. Seem kind of real scenarios in this article.
Nah, some of that shit is funny as hell to read.
Yeah, I had no clue. That's awesome that they got this.
Yeah, Vegas volume looks horrible. I mean, like really bad.
Perfect.
Not just a little bit bad, but like really bad.
You guys feel like we have deja vu every time people say, like, man, volume's terrible. Like, and all of a sudden, bang, big buys, big buys.
That's one possibility, yeah.
It's been repeating. I mean, it's been a scenario that's been happening a lot.
The lowest weekly volume we've ever had of Bitcoin this far into the week.
Miners have like last 3 years, lowest volume they had in the last 3 or 4 years from these last few days. They might be getting ready to pump it or dump it. Which one is it? Did you hear about the stock to flow model? $300,000 Bitcoin prediction?
Yeah. Plan B. This little thing. I wouldn't be mad at it.
Perfect. Then 150 is a very fair target.
Yeah, it's probably what we end up at.
I've been saying 147 for a long time.
The thing about that stock to flow model is that there's so much room for it. There's like so much wiggle room, right? Like 150 and 300 is a big difference.
They say it's been pretty accurate these last few runs.
Yeah.
It's a plan B. The first, I don't know if that's the first prediction, but it seems that was the first big one that got out was when they put the 55K mark. That's crazy. In 2029, that means Bitcoin will be around for 20 years.
Nuts, bro.
Feels like it was yesterday. Crazy.
Yeah, man. Birthday's coming up. What month do they or like what date did Bitcoin go live? I'm gonna check that out.
November,
See
I
when
believe.
Bitcoin's birthday is.
Big buys coming in.
January, was it?
Personally, he was mining on the low first, or whatever. So she had a little pre-Genesis
9th of-
mine something, but it was like more testnet though, which is everybody's got a testnet, I guess, before they go live. But some
9th
have
of
first
January.
The Genesis block
19911.
was early January. Is when it went
Yeah.
live, but I believe the first sort of tests were in November. January 3rd, 2009 is the official birthday.
Yeah, the ledger start was the 3rd of January.
Pretty close
So
to
maybe that was-
911.
Yeah, jeez. Yoshi Nakamoto.
The key to unlocking the secrets lies in 9/11.
Probably not. But anything is possible.
Elon's all gung ho about Epstein. I don't know why he never talks about 9/11.
Because it's been 20 odd years.
Yeah, and still unsolved mystery.
A cold case, but it's a big case. It's a very important, pivotal moment in history.
Yeah, that was definitely the pivot.
Yeah, I don't know why I was laughing whenever y'all were having that conversation, but I did think that it was funny.
They tried to do the World Trade Center a while before that, didn't they? Because I remember in that Biggie song, Biggie Smalls, he
Couple
says, blow
times,
up like
yeah.
the World Trade.
Yeah, they drove a
Was
van
that the vans
into.
parked in the
Yeah,
basement?
they drove a van into the
Was it in a
basement
different
of
one?
Tower 1 or something like that.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
same one.
blew out the car park underneath
Mhm.
the parking lot. It's wild, man.
It's probably the biggest symbol of capitalism worldwide. Were those towers?
Oh, yeah. Definitely one of.
There's an interesting group,
Yeah.
architects and engineers for 9/11. If anyone's interested,
I've seen
check
that.
them out.
Yeah, man. I've seen the documentaries associated with those people. Yeah. It's very interesting. So I think one of them's called like Loose Change, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, loose change. That was one. I mean, that was a different guy, but they mentioned
Yeah.
architects and engineers.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fahrenheit 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Fahrenheit. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, a lot
Who's
of
the guy that?
That's Michael Moore.
Who's the guy that? Michael Moore, Bowling for Columbine. Yeah.
Bowling for Columbine.
Michael Moore.
Michael Moore, though, his stuff is kind of washed up, in my opinion, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, Great Assault. Great Assault.
Yeah, his stuff is like kind of bias, like as in like he's got a viewpoint and he's pushing that viewpoint, like that angle on it in his documentaries, I guess.
Which is
They're
cool,
still
right? Not
informative.
everybody.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
everybody has to be
I
a
agree.
journalist.
I like the South Park of him. Like when South Park did an episode that had him in it. That was pretty funny.
Hey, Michael Moore in the chat. W. Michael Moore in the YouTube chat.
Really?
Yeah. I got your back, bro. You tried to say you were biased. I was like, and?
Love you, Michael.
Oh snap! Somebody
Hey,
did some big buys of Doge.
let's go, Doge. Let's go there. I think that's someone's like slogan. Let's go there. It's like a car company, I think. 10 points to who can ever tell me. Whoever can tell
I
me.
thought it was a song. Let's go there. Let's make
Yeah,
our
maybe.
escape home.
You
know
just
what
wanted to sing.
I'm gonna,
I,
I'm gonna look it up. Let's
I'm
go
gonna agree with you.
there.
I really refrain so much because of the
Oh, it's
ADD
Holden.
stuff. What is it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, Holden, an Australian car company. No wonder you guys couldn't help me.
Ah,
I know
Yeah.
all about the Outback. What are you talking about?
Oh, there you
The Ute.
go. The Ute, mate.
They're
Up
bringing
the
back.
Ute.
They're bringing back the Baja too. I guess
Ooh,
that
a bit
wouldn't
of
be
a breakout on XRP. Little bit, a little baby one.
Yeah,
Not talking
Doge and
micro.
XRP army, they run together, man.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
telling you, they
That's
made
cool.
up. They're hanging.
Let's do it. Let's go.
Unification happened here on the crypto cipher.
All right. I'm up 0.38% on this little scalpy scalp. Let's go.
They made a pact. They're like, yo, XRP, you run, we run. Yo, Doge, you run, we run.
I'm with you, Rick. I'm at 7.4% right now.
Hey, nice, man.
Ditto.
That's cool. I'm on 5x, so yeah. But I mean, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I'm sitting at 10x on it.
Yeah. And when my account becomes something decent, I'll just be trading spot. I'm not gonna mess with leverage. When there's an account to protect, I'll be way more careful. I wouldn't.
Yeah, but the
risk
thing
it.
is, people keep on upping that number. Like, I mean, the thing is, you don't
That's
have to
true.
have a high number to start spot and to keep it spot. It's like a
That's
grand,
right.
two,
And
$3,000. You're
and
good.
at the same time, when your account gets big enough, you don't have to walk away from leverage. You can still splash around with a percentage, like 1% or 2% of your account, or 5 or whatever you're comfortable doing. But
The
yeah,
problem is
man,
at that point, you can't hide why you're doing it anymore.
Yep.
When your account is small, you can
Yeah,
tell
that's
yourself,
right.
nah, I'm just trying to catch up. I need to be able to leverage the small amount I have, or I'm never going to catch up to everybody else. Everybody's doing so much better. Once you have it and you're doing it, you've got to wear that now. Oh, I just want to gamble. Like I feel the urge. I feel the
Yeah.
urge to up my risk.
It'd be cool, like let's say I'll just throw a number out there. Let's say you have a $10,000 futures trading account.
Mm-hmm.
You make like 6,000 profit for the week. Chuck that 6 grand into your spot, and then keep that 10 sitting in the for
Well,
the
that's
next
how
week.
it's done. Yeah,
Like
that's guys. That's how everybody.
don't
That's how you're
up
supposed to
it.
be doing this. Yeah, there's a
Don't
certain
up the
amount that
ante.
goes into your leverage account, that goes into your trading account. You do what you
Not
can
financial
with
advice, by
that.
the way.
Once it gets big, once it grows, then you move it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you trim the fat. You put it out and you sit that on your stack. On your
Problem is, people start and they say, okay, I'm going to use 5% of my account to trade leverage, or I'm going to use 3% of my account to trade leverage, whatever. Good starting rule, you know what I mean? But that 3%, after a little bit of success, turns into 7%, 15%, 30%.
Yeah.
Before you know it, you got half of your invested portfolio in leverage. That wasn't the plan,
Yeah.
right? That's not. You've increased your risk.
I suppose that's why it's good to keep it in percentage mindset. Like, don't ever have more than 2% in futures or whatever the
Should
number
be a
is,
cutoff.
5 or whatever.
Yeah, there should be a cutoff.
I mean, There's some whales that are
Which
living in
means
spot. Of course, they got some
Mm.
fiat on deck, but not that much. Like they'd have 95% riding in Bitcoin or whatever, and just like they'll ride through it. They just don't care, you know. It's like 95% of their whole life is in the crypto, and when spot, it's like with Bitcoin, even Ethereum, you could live like that, you know. It's like definitely not financial advice. Like you could even do it 100% with a risk if you want that itch, you know. Be like, yo, I want to live on edge every day, and if Bitcoin goes up, I'm going up with it. You know, there's people like that. I'm like that with Dogecoin. I'm pretty much 100% in Doge. It's like I don't have that many assets out of Doge right now. It's like straight up, I'm more than 90% in Doge of all my assets. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Liquid assets, though.
Yeah, that's sweet, man.
Hey Rick,
Yo,
you should check out Bushland Adventures.
Bushland Adventures.
Bush World Adventures.
Oh,
my
Bush
bad.
World.
It was like on Australian Disney World, like a
No,
theme park where you just
it
drink
was like
Fosters and chase koala bears.
fight kangaroos, Boston.
Hell yeah, dude.
I'm there. Sign
Drink
me up.
Fosters and chase kangaroos. Man, that sounds up my alley, to be honest. I'll do that. Chase koalas.
But yeah, Bush World Adventures. I
I'm
think you get a
keen.
kick out of it.
I'm keen on chasing some koalas.
Koala.
Koalas. You're an
Koala.
endangered species.
Nah, tell one. I was never anti-Doge. There was about 2 weeks in the whole run of crypto where I was really swole at Elon. And as soon as I lost my patience, this dude Elon puts Doge as the logo of Twitter, and I wasn't exposed. And yeah, I got mad. Definitely
Andrew's
got mad.
like, I'm never gonna let that happen to me again.
Exactly. Ever since then, I got PTSD, and you're not gonna catch me without any Doge. And if I am without Doge, I'll be right back in it on a breakout trade, running it after that green.
Drew, I
There was
sold.
this
I
one
sold
night
before he
where-
bought that and announced it too. It was one of those ones where it took off without me.
There was this one night that way back in 2020 or 2021. It like, actually, I think it was later. I think it was 2021. He like like I had bought a ton of Doge, like a shit ton, and it was going down, down, down. And freaking, I ended up like, I'm like, if it loses this level, I gotta sell it. I ended up panic selling for a loss. And dude, I shit you not, like 30 seconds later, he puts out a tweet, and it was that tweet where he said like, unleash the Doge. And Doge just started ripping, like freaking literally like 30 seconds after I freaking sold. Like I don't know, maybe that's an exaggeration. It might have been a few minutes, but it was really very, very shortly after I had sold, and like it was a matter of moments. And he tweets that like unleash the Doge, and Doge rips, like just goes insane, like was putting out insane green candles. And then like freaking he tweeted it, so I'm like, shit, like, because I couldn't really get back in because it had already ripped. I was like, oh, it's just gonna come down again. And then friggin' like he tweeted again and was like, baby Doge do and said that, and like friggin' like, you know, like a minute later he said the baby Doge do thing, and it just ripped higher. Like it ended up doing like friggin' 20%. I mean, I was so pissed off.
It's all good, man. That
Sorry.
money just wasn't meant for you.
Yeah.
That's all that means.
If it was like,
You would have drove that
I
Lambo
had
off a
just-
bridge, bro. It's just the universe saving you from yourself.
Yep. It's a good way to look at it. Sometimes I wonder, you know, it's like everything I think does happen for a reason, you know, in a way, and it's kind of twisted. But I think stuff like that's true most of the time,
Yeah.
at least.
Even if it doesn't happen for a reason, it has an effect. So like the 10 minutes extra that I spend on a trade because price isn't moving are 3 red lights that I didn't stop at. And that third one, somebody got T-boned. You know what I mean? Like,
If I had held for like another like 30 seconds, like it had to be right after like I hit the button. So, and he saved it from like sort of like it did lose the level that I was looking at, but like he saved it from like actually losing it, closing below it, like by tweeting that. And the bots and algos just went crazy. It was like it was probably
Yeah,
the
he would
biggest
always do it. He would
rip
always do it
that happened.
strategically. Yep, he'd always go like let it wick just below the angular supports a little bit, and you're like, no, really?
bro, I screwed up I'm trying to remember exactly what trade it was. I guess it doesn't matter. I screwed up a trade, ended up staying up all night trying to fix it. Like one of those things where you're trying to dig yourself out of a hole and shit. And it was during the bear market, so it was one of those holes that you couldn't leave because if you go to sleep and you wake up, you're going to be way deeper in the hole. So I'm scalping little 3-minute green candles and shit, trying to just climb this percentage out of the hole, right, to be able to get out of this position and go to bed. Finally went to sleep. Woke up later than usual that day, and that was the Litecoin Walmart day, and I missed the whole thing. I woke up right as people were realizing that it was bullshit.
Yeah, I still got PTSD from that day. I got wrecked.
Bro, I will tell you 1000%, had I been up looking at how it unfolded, I would have shoveled everything I could into that trade and got wrecked.
Yeah, I still think that was sus, man. There's
That's
something about that day.
that was one trade that actually worked out really well for me because what I had done was you guys remember how Robinhood used to glitch, like it would have those weird random nights where the price would be like all over the place, but in like a weird range for like a really tight range for like a few minutes. Like if I hit the buy button, it would buy that coin that was glitching out, but for way cheaper than it was like than the actual market price. And then if I hit sell, it would sell it for much higher than the actual market price.
I remember when
So
they did that with ETC or ETH.
yeah,
or what,
yeah, it did it with
it was crazy.
Ethereum Classic. It did
Yeah.
it with freaking like a Litecoin. It did it with a couple other ones.
I couldn't lose. I couldn't lose. It was wonderful. I was blown away. I was like, "What's going on?"
Yeah, it was crazy. I was just like freaking like, dude, you just buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, and a ton of extra money's in your account. You're like, what the hell's going on? It happened more than once too. Like it happened on more than one occasion. But people were saying like, oh, dude, take that money and get it out of there, blah blah blah. And so I bought a bunch of Litecoin. So I basically ended up with like 10 free Litecoin or like 7 free Litecoin or something because of that whole like interaction. And then like and I just held on to it because stuff was going up. And so when that Coinbase or when that what's it called, when the Walmart tweet came out, when they came out with the Walmart tweet, like I sold all of it at like when it ripped like that. I sold all of the Litecoin, and I had no idea that it was even fake. I just saw that it was pumping ridiculous.
Thank me. I bought them.
Yeah, I remember you saying that too.
Give me a second.
And
I gotta
then,
take this
I
call,
sold
guys. Give me a
everything, and then I
second.
found out it was fake.
Robinhood
right
loss
after I
prevention.
sold it.
Yeah, I got 2 guys for you.
Uh,
Yeah. Oh, my bad. Hold on. I gotta open my.
Oh, did he say something? Robinhood? Was he on the phone with Robinhood?
Yeah, he pulled the tame.
Uh-oh. Means we're gonna punt.
All right, I'm back. Hold on, y'all.
Yeah, we heard that, Dbloc. Your mic was open.
Tame here.
What? Oh,
Nah,
nah, it's just, nah, you know, kidding.
You're just joking,
I remember that day. That shit was crazy.
Alex, sell another million.
M2
Alex, sell
flash
5 million
crash.
more
What do you
Doge.
what's got you worried about that, B?
Dude, I smell a catastrophe around the corner. I'm not gonna lie.
You guys need to get into
You smell a
position already.
disaster.
This shit is like,
Yeah, for I was just gonna
yo,
say,
serious. Like how, like at what point are we gonna get into position, guys?
I mean, dude, I bought a bunch of stuff in that 74K dump. I bought a bunch of like Bitcoin, a bunch of altcoins. And that happened.
You sold it all?
No, I only sold like 10, 15%.
Oh, you're good then.
But like, I mean, I don't want a position when it's this high up because I feel like there's something that's gonna happen. I know it's not about how you feel. You should look at the charts and judge everything off of the charts, but like I've learned to be like patient and just wait for like a crisis because I never want to let a good crisis go to waste. I want to have all my dry powder for when that does actually happen.
I
Because
hear
you know it's
you.
going to bounce right back, just like it did for World War III for one day, and then all of a sudden it bounced right back to where it was. So, like, I mean, that it just happens. It's not like everyone thinks it's going to crash and they panic, so it goes, and they think it's going to go down forever. It
That's
doesn't.
why I don't worry about it. As long as you got some money on the side, you don't need to worry about that type of shit. Just yet.
Yeah, I'm still just looking for a way to take the offensive. Like, how do I short and how do I like do it without losing any money, or like
As
without
long as your
losing too much money?
long-term plays are set and you're just keeping yourself entertained until everything goes. I just worry about people focusing on leverage trading these moves and they haven't put any focus on accumulating yet. Because what's going to happen is we're going to go from where we are right now to oh shit numbers, and it's going to be quick, and people are going to
Yep.
be like, oh shit, you know.
I remember last run, November, Doge went from 17 cents, or was it like 16 cents, all the way up to 45 cents. And
If you want to buy now, you're definitely not going to buy higher. And you end up waiting for that retrace that never comes. I mean, now, even you've seen it in the past, 2 months. Like, yeah, we're expecting retraces and we're getting retraces, but each expected retrace number is higher than the last.
Yeah, like the dips aren't as low. But I mean, not for nothing, that's also something that sort of happens around local tops too. When the retracements are more shallow and the pumps are just it's only makes slightly higher highs, and then the dips are more shallow. It's like people are more eager to get in, they're more greedy, and then that's when they get. Some big player comes along and says, "Yeah, we'll take your money."
Yeah, B. We've been looking at that. We've been looking at that retracement. It started on the 1st. No, the way you said it was like I thought you meant in real time or something. Sorry, I was.
How does the M2 flash crash? Doesn't that just like more of a gradual like decrease?
It can have big drops, just like it has big pumps. It have pretty large drops, but nothing too crazy.
But how is it tracked though? Can you only like track something like that on like a weekly chart or daily chart?
Yeah, on the daily. You can see it on lower time frames too if you've got the right, what you call it, with the right APIs. We're actually on the bottom. Excuse me. We're actually on the bottom day. Parabolic. If you want to follow it tick by tick, right from here until July 17th, we'll have a pumping from tomorrow. Seeming as we're looking for our last day in our 3-day retracement, and then I'm looking to attack all-time highs, hold all-time highs, and push. I'm expecting this to be our last retracement. it's nice to see M2 sort of give a little bit of confirmation to that. It's not why I think that, by the way. Not based off of that. It's just, it's nice to get that confluence. I'm gonna need the biggest brain vacation after this.
Yo, I'm definitely taking a vacation after this bull market. Like, I am going to go away for
My
a
daily,
while.
my
And
Me
daily
then
too. I'm
mother,
coming to the US.
That's a gym.
I'm coming overseas. Let's do it.
my daily motorcycle
got my-
rides got me saying,
Yeah.
We
I got my
gotta book a
passport ready.
cruise. We gotta book a cruise and get all of us on there, and like friggin', we all gotta just celebrate.
Hey, let me know when you want to do it. I'm a certified cruise counselor.
"Oh yeah,
What?
A cruise.
I like
What
to
the
board
hell
it.
is
Cruise
that?
counselor?
Like,
Yeah,
you
no,
give
I'm
people
Cruise dealer.
therapy while they're on the cruise. Like, what?
yeah, exactly. No, I'm an agent for a princess.
Oh,
Nice.
Julie from Love Boat.
Princess Peach.
the love boat."
We're breaking the 50 here on the 15. The 800 is our real test. This is what's sort of been giving us our struggle. That's at 108.1. But at that point, we've already broken the bearish structure. Base case still the same. Mid 106s.
yeah, I'm looking for some irregular price action.
We can almost put up our day 3 here already.
Yeah, the secret to going on a cruise is to get the Commodore status. You do that by taking the online courses and becoming an agent. So whenever you go on a cruise, you get all the extra perks.
Sick. Yeah, you have to open it. You have to teach me how to do this. I used to work on a cruise ship. Not for very long, but it was like the best job I ever had.
I'm cool.
I would work for like, I would work really hard for like the first 15, 20 minutes of like right before we took off. And then I would work really hard like for like 15, 20 minutes after we got back. And the whole rest of the shift was just me chilling on a boat with a bunch of like hot, rich women and like older like cougars and stuff. They had like live music and freaking like they had like an upper deck and like a lower deck. Like you can look down. They had a dance floor down bottom, and you could like from the top level you could like look down at the people on the dance floor. And like the top level was like this fancy dining offer thing, and then you could go up on top of the boat, and there was like a patio, and they had furniture and stuff. Like it was so cool. I was just chilling, and like the bartenders would give us drinks and stuff like for free. Like if we wanted something to eat, we'd like just ask the cooks, like or the chefs or whatever, or if there was like leftover stuff, they would give it to us. Like, but going down into that kitchen was a nightmare. I would have never wanted to work in the kitchen because it was like you had to go down this weird like little spiral staircase thing. And you got into the kitchen. The kitchen was tiny, and there's like 30 people in there, and there's like such close quarters you can't even like move around in there, and like you would have to carry stuff like from like walking up that staircase, like carrying something like heavy that's hot, like a big like thing of soup or something. That was the nightmare. I used to have to help them do that type of stuff. Aside from that, it was really chill. All I really did on the boat was I would go get ice for like the bartenders because there was a bar on every floor. So if they were running out of ice, I had to go get them more ice and like, bring it up to the next level or whatever. And then I would kind of get like, at times, I would just be like, oh, I need something to do. Like, I feel like I'm not doing enough. And like, I'm literally just chilling. I would like go and like help the waitresses and stuff. Try to get them their good side.
So you were the Iceman?
It was basically an iceman. I was a deckhand. Like, I had to like bring the boat in. When we basically undocked the boat and then docked and then like put it back in the dock. We had to dock it back up and secure it and everything after the cruise. It was like a floor.
I'll take a nice
hour.
hotel over a cruise any day. Nice hotel, new city.
It was sweet, just like being out on the water and just chilling that stuff. All the waitresses are pretty hot, like they were friendly.
I like the idea of being trapped with 1,000 people I don't want to be trapped with an extended period of time.
Yep.
But the
They're renting them out.
rich
for
people.
That's where coronavirus
They were
was
like-
born.
They were like rich as hell and would just tip us for no reason. Like they would just give us like $20 tips. But people would just walk by and they give us $20 tips.
Yeah, there's people that live on those boats for like 10, 15 years. It's crazy.
Yeah, but this wasn't like a week-long cruise. This was like we did 2 cruises a day, and each cruise was 4 hours long. Like we didn't go like out into like.
This
like,
lady, she
wide open
retired.
ocean.
She said it was cheaper for her to travel the world and just to get a room in one of these cruises and travel for 15 years than to get a place in California using her retirement money.
This is
I mean, some people love that
She's
shit.
like-
People love cruises and all that. I legit feel like I'd be bored 80% of the time.
I mean, if I got internet the whole time, I'll be chilling.
Yeah, but for that, you know what I mean? Like, don't get me
Yeah,
wrong,
swimming
it's
pool,
fun.
I
I get it.
guess.
All that shit is there, right? There's a restaurant, cool. Probably go to a better restaurant on land. It's not going to be the best restaurant. There's a club, probably not going to be the best club.
Yeah, but you visit the clubs on land. You're on your way to visit so that's what makes it. It's like a trip, and you just keep on jumping spots.
Man,
spot to spot to spot.
they
Yeah,
stop
going
on an
back
island, they
overseas
walk
to
you around a
different
little
country.
circle and drop you right back on the boat.
No, there's tours that do that. Like have like 15 destinations in the whole tour.
Yeah, you could take a cruise from like freaking to the Bahamas or something, and they drop you off and you stay in the Bahamas for a couple nights or whatever, and then you get back on the boat and they take you back, and put the whole trip is like 3 weeks.
Like those group tours and shit. You gotta sit there and wait for the group of teenage girls that's on the tour with you to do their TikToks before the damn group could move on.
Yeah, someone's making some feisty buys on Doge. I'm looking at the Doge BTC pair, and it's breaking a local resistance, angular resistance, descending. But it's getting pretty feisty.
You are, Aeon. That's an easy answer. Most important person in the world is yourself, always.
It went to the same exact price that it was when I left in like 4 hours. 6 hours ago.
It round tripped itself.
Yeah, and I know this because I took a long and I took a short at this exact same price, and neither one of them are on the profit. They're both at break even.
Yo, I heard Elon's gonna sell his Tesla Bitcoin bag to fill up his Doge bag. And then word on the street that he's
Tesla
gonna
or buy Doge.
now he said he was gonna unload his Bitcoin because Tesla has a big Bitcoin bag. They already sold some of it. So, there's some talk of what if he dumps his Bitcoin and scoops up that Doge?
Yeah, we'll always say stuff like that.
What if he does it? What if he does this? I'm just a hypothetical. Imagine this. He does that and he tweets about it just to rub it in.
I don't know, but I mean, yeah, like true, but I bet he does that like every other day, except minus the tweet part.
All right, your parents are important, but who takes care of your parents if you're not there?
Social Security. Oh wait.
Like the same thing with kids, right? Like, well, my kids are more important than I am. Yeah, but you take care of your kids, so nothing can happen to you. Right?
So I only got cats. You won't catch me having kids. I hope I don't got kids already. Who knows? If I do, Daddy's out here. Find me. I'm here. You're out there listening.
Better be careful, bro. You better
I love
chill.
you, Carlos.
The DM is gonna start going crazy.
Daddy?
You can call me anything you want, but don't call me that.
I'll hear about your Doge bag and then be after you all the time.
Exactly. You already got 3 people in YouTube chat claiming you, bro. You better chill.
Might have to drop someone from YouTube for the fun of it. Am I allowed to adopt an adult?
I thought you were gonna say, am I allowed to sue an adopted kid? That's where my head went in immediately. I was like, I don't know if you guys want to take him up on that deal. They'll sue you for not being productive.
Elon Musk said Epstein made all his money with blackmail.
Yeah, that part is obvious. The question is, who did he work for? My money's on Mossad.
Maybe not work for, but giving intel.
You had a
Work
master.
with. There are some lone wolves, man. That some of these, I guess, boss figures will just let run if you're collaborating. Of course they keep an eye on you, but if he's doing what's supposed to be done, it's like. But that's Bill Gates. His wife divorced him because of Epstein. A lot of people don't know that, and that's pretty much a fact.
Pretty much a fact.
I said pretty much. Yeah, close to it. I mean, who knows what's in her mind? She only knows what's in her mind. But the way the timing and everything when they got divorced, it wasn't just because Bill was caught up with Epstein, But
Bro,
I'm
she
telling
was waiting for 30 years for a good reason. Come on now.
For real, exactly. She jumped all over that.
Do you
She's
know?
Like, finally.
Do you know how rich you have to be to lose half to your wife and immediately make her the richest woman in the world?
Oh, for real, like that.
You know how much?
Yeah.
You know how obscenely wealthy you have to be, and then still be on the top of the list, still richest man in the world.
But now where it has it, that he's not leaving anything for his kids, like compared to like what he has. Like he wants to give all his fortune basically, back to the planet. Like 90. I think he might have made that pledge with Oprah Winfrey. That a bunch of other people made that pledge.
So
I
that's
don't know if
probably
Elon
why
made
she
the
was
pledge.
out of there. She's like, look, this man's gonna die any day. Any day, this man's gonna die, and he's not gonna leave me shit. I'm gonna take my half now, and he could do whatever he wants with those kids. Either that, or she was like, I'm gonna support my kids. I don't know what the hell he's gonna do with his half, but interesting world we live in now. Such a big scandal. So many high profile men involved, and the only person to go to jail was Ghislaine.
Dang, bro. When you put it like that, it's like, okay, that
Kinda-
actually just kind of threw a spin on something that's been
Kind of
around for a
crazy,
while.
bro. It's kind of like,
Oh man, dude, that was deep. Like, was that deep, or am I just feeling myself right now? That was deep, right? Sorry, you just put my head in the blender.
you
It's
should-
crazy.
Speaking of blenders, man, it's peanut butter frozen banana off the hook.
True. What if you got a kid, right, that's like 17, and you meet him and his whole bag is in sheep, dude? Do you immediately disown?
Nah, dude, Shib, like, I lost everything and made it back with Shib, straight up. So I got to give Shib some love.
That's what I'm talking about. It's a good dad. Good dad right there. I'd disown him personally.
Yeah, I played myself on this play called it was Brain Trust. I got riggedy wrecked about the top. And after that, got in the ship and that saved my ass. That was a long time ago.
Was how you got out of shit, wasn't it? When Coinbase put it up there, it was missing a zero.
Dude, I don't know how I was able to do it. I wrote it twice because it first had that initial like pre-pressure pump. And luckily I got my coins in there from KuCoin before that. And then after that, I just bought as soon as it retraced when everyone's pissed that they missed it. People were like, oh, I missed it. I'm like, dude, that's just like, it's going to happen again. That's not, it didn't even really go live. People have been dying to buy this. And I was right, man. And just like ran up after that. You can see on Coinbase, if you zoom in, actually, you might only see it on Coinbase Pro. You can still pull up Coinbase Pro charts, which is pretty interesting. But yeah, on Coinbase Pro, you can see the first day, it just pumped, dumped, and then pumped right back to where it first pumped. Crazy. And it was like, I forget, it was like 230% or something like that.
Nah, Serbo, I don't. I'm probably gonna sort of get all the crypto cipher social media shit going during the bear. I don't want to start it and then not be consistent. And there's too much trading and other shit going on right now. Like, so you guys see the hours that I'm on here with y'all, right? And then there's like 2 or 3 hours of trading and managing trades and shit that I do while I'm doing research, which is like another 3 to 4 hours of research. And then there's, you know, life. So the bear market frees up a lot of time to sort of build some of the bones. And then once that shit is built, then it's fine, right? Once you've got a foundation, it'll handle itself.
Yo, is tonight a full moon? It looks pretty full.
I don't know.
I'm feeling kind of feisty.
Hey Dbloc, that Thursday CME close, I understand that because US had a holiday.
Yeah.
I've been kind of wondering this in general, just in terms of different like CME, like how Asia or whatever opens like Sunday at 8.
Mm-hmm.
Is whenever like I understand like the big picture CME close kind of thing, but kind of where I'm going with this is that is there significance to the
The
different like
dailies.
regions?
My bad, go
Come
ahead.
again?
No, go ahead.
Oh yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, is there actually significance there? If I was really paying attention on a very close time frame, would I see that kind of?
I don't pay attention to the daily gaps. They don't, one, they're not significant enough. You know, if there happens to be like really serious movement overnight, but for the most part, they're not significant enough. And it doesn't seem, from just observing, it doesn't seem that the algos are set to fill those gaps with the same sort of urgency. Now, because CME gaps are something that people trade towards, or just gaps in general, there'll always be traders that trade those daily gaps. It's just not enough, in my opinion, to make it something that's predictable or like dependable, right?
Right.
The
So like
weekly
you're
one just
saying,
has way more of a magnetic pull than the daily ones do.
do you think that the fact that with the July 4th being Friday, so it being closed, so do you think it's like more significant whenever it happens on Thursday? I mean, I would assume that considering you
It
made a
was
note of
the
it on
half
the chart.
day. It was because of the half day. So closing Thursday and opening Friday and having a full day on Friday, I wouldn't even pay attention to the Thursday gap. But the fact that we only had a half day, we had a short day on Friday, which means even if they would have made an attempt to complete the whole, you know, to get up to the CME gap, they wouldn't have been able to do it in time. So having both of those gaps active at the same time was what gave us this play, right? Knowing that we went into the weekend trap with the gap at the bottom and the CME gap above told us that we can run that up into that CME close and then take profit because they were going to come back for that gap. It wasn't the
Right.
easiest read because it wasn't a very typical weekend trap, but because of that half day, it sort of gave us a path to follow.
I didn't realize that it was a half. So CME in America was open for a half day on Friday.
Yeah, they closed at
On-
12 on Friday.
I got
So
you.
it's like a quick open, just enough to leave that gap. Right, because as soon as CME opens Friday, there's immediately a gap from where it opened to where it closed, and then it closed too
Right.
quick to close the gap. So then now you're going into the weekend with an active CME gap.
So I know that I mentioned or kind of like asked you at one point, and this was, I mean, holy cow, crazy to think about, but probably 4 months ago or more. But okay, so CME, ETFs, and all that, and I know that we focus on Bitcoin here. There was some news at some point, and I can't, it probably 2 months ago or so with Ethereum and ETFs and something to that effect. And so the question that basically I asked you a while back was about Ethereum, and if you basically charted Ethereum the same way against the CME gap, and you were like, it's the same thing, but I don't like pay attention to it. It's kind of big picture how I took it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, so then whenever the thing happened like a couple months ago, I was like, you know what? Let me pay attention to this. And so I know that we haven't like gone down hard in like a month over the weekend, uh, and then like trying to go up to reclaim the CME. But there were 2 weeks there, like the last two, like where we fall outside of CME, like the 0.5% or the 1% on CME over the weekend. I was tracking Ethereum CME the same. Okay, so whenever Bitcoin finally bottomed, which wherever that was during those 2 weekend periods, over the course of the next week, what we saw was um Bitcoin didn't stop going up until Ethereum actually came back and hit its CME because it fell like a few $100s outside of it. Sorry, I know that was like a lot, but
No, I got you.
is that something that you like? I guess just I know I asked you before, but like, is that something that you have looked at all recently?
Well, the
Or
reason that I don't is because it's Bitcoin traded on CME, right? So there is no gap for Ethereum.
right. So what I was seeing, okay, so what I was seeing was that once Bitcoin reclaimed its CME during the week,
Mm-hmm.
it kept going up. It kept going up after it reclaimed CME until Ethereum hit its CME literally right on the dot. And that's where saying it. There were 2 weeks in a row there that happened. That it just looked like a signal. I didn't know if that was something that was commonplace kind of thing, or I noticed, or it just kind of happened that those 2 weeks. I know it didn't happen a third week in a row. I can tell you that.
I haven't noticed it happen enough to where I feel like it's a trend or anything like that. Might have just been a function of how Ethereum was behaving because dominance was moving in a certain direction as Bitcoin was going up.
Yeah, it hadn't been like that, and I was like, "Whoa! If this is just going to keep happening, like this is great," and then it stopped happening. Do you think that in the future, as like institutional money kind of moves over, do you think that it will be important to follow like where Ethereum stops or like closes for CME?
Once there's a higher amount of trading, yeah.
Okay. And I'm asking about Ethereum, but really I'm thinking about everything in general. So
They've
it's
got to
way
be
more of a broad
traded. They've got to
question.
be traded on CME, or it's not going to matter if they have a gap or not. They have to be
Right.
traded with significant enough volume. We're about to get to the bottom of our flag here. Almost done with this vector recovery. And then we'll be able to test that 800 EMA that we've been waiting on. That's why Bonk was doing so good, Cavalier. The revenue that comes in on Bonk Fund is used to buy Bonk. Which is good because they need to burn a lot of that shit. Link is sitting really nice for this ETF narrative. Link, Litecoin, Sol, Doge. Not financial advice. I'm nobody's dad, but you have to have some exposure to these ETF narratives. Or I think that you'll miss out on a lot of some of the explosive movements we get, especially in utilities. If you're holding utilities, again, not financial advice, but I would be concerned about any utilities I was holding that didn't also have a cross narrative with ETFs. There's so many decent utility projects that have ETF narrative that taking a risk outside of that kind of crazy.
You know, it's interesting, Dbloc. That Solana ETF has been live now for about a week,
Hmm.
but since it wasn't BlackRock, I don't, or if it wasn't like one of these giant, like Fidelity or these big brokerages, it really been kind of flat. It actually has been down, almost down only since the announcement, and then it went live on that Wednesday. The price has really just been flattened down because that's tradable now. You can trade that on stocks.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's if it has to do with the issuer. It has to be someone big like BlackRock or your Fidelities, Charles Schwab, or whoever.
The main difference is that it's not a pure spot ETF.
Oh, I got you. I didn't know that. I know you
Yeah.
can do staking with it.
Yeah. The staking ETF. It's basically exposure to Solana staking yields, but it's different rules, different regulatory rules than spot ETF, and they don't have to buy. Right, on spot ETFs, you have to have one for one, so there's a purchase there, right? That perpetual buying is what makes it something investable.
Oh, okay.
And then
I
you
got
got to
you.
look into Grayscale and make sure that Grayscale's not holding a shit ton of Solana. I know they have a Solana trust because they're notorious for screwing up these ETF launches, at least in the short term. It's almost like buy the rumor into the ETF, sell the approval, and then buy the dip after Grayscale shits the bed.
Big Doge fries coming in. Big Doge fries.
Was that a stopping volume candle on Bitcoin?
What time frame? The one I'm looking at?
Is that a 5-minute?
This is 15-minute. Nah, it's not. We actually haven't had a stopping volume candle on Bitcoin since our double bottom.
No, you had one at the top.
Well, yeah. At both of our most extreme pivots, we have stopping volume candles. Go figure.
Yo, someone's selling the Bitcoin, buying that Doge. Is it Elon?
Yo, careful, dude. Usually if Doge is running, about to get a pullback market wide.
Nope, we pumping to $1, baby. Moon boys are back. And this time the Moon boys got no shame.
Yeah, Punish, because the Dom is getting smacked up right now. Nicely. So alts are going to be looking good.
Yeah, Dom penetrated the cloud on the daily.
I mean, ETH isn't pumping. Nothing. No, it looks like Doge is the only one getting some of that dominance right now. But Doge isn't pumping either. It just broke its higher high.
God, I just want guns to come down a little bit more.
Yeah, Dbloc, you know that pump.funk token's coming out?
Yep.
I think, when is it, tomorrow?
GG's to every coin on that shit. That's about to be a
And
huge liquidity suck.
yeah, and they're doing a pre-sale, I think. There's going to be so much going into that.
This shit's dropping at a $4 billion valuation, bro. I'm not going nowhere near that shit.
Are you,
I'm not touching that.
Yeah.
Why? How
At
would
4B? What? Are they crazy?
People are gonna come in and buy the
Yes.
top. There's gonna be so much exit liquidity when that shit drops. $1 billion valuation. It's like, oh, nah. That's good enough for y'all, but we can, yeah, nah, we're not doing it like that. You're not gonna get to pick this up at 70,000 at 70K market cap.
They're so naughty.
Why not?
If there's VCs and stuff on that market, they're launching at 4 billion. Are you kidding me?
If I'm not mistaken, that's what I heard.
That's gonna be the worst Red Bull I think we've ever seen. But I mean, also remember all the fair launches. They were coins created by somebody else. It wasn't like the site itself was making them. I mean, well, maybe they were, but who knows?
Yeah, I launched one coin on there. Me and this dude. Someone gave me half, not, what was it? It was like almost half the supply just to do it off my Twitter handle. I was like, all right. Here comes a little opportunity for you stinking bears to maybe take off that bear costume pretty soon and find yourself a little entrance after this next little dippy doodah.
Mine's just beginning. We're about to test the bottom of this range right now. Bulls haven't lost hope until we get underneath 108.1. We lose that 800. Then, yeah, a little bear nap. Like a little bear
Got a
nap.
lower high from like couldn't even hit the top of the channel. Like so, not only is that a bearish channel, but you're testing the bottom off of the lower high.
You mean a triple
Like,
top?
if it,
You mean a triple top lower high after a double top higher high? Isn't bullish?
yeah, no, I don't think so. But if it loses that ascendant channel, I think it's done. It's gonna probably go to 0. Maybe not immediately. Nah, I don't think 0, but probably like $12. The wicked funny when Bitcoin was at 15, 20K. I was only saying good things about it. Now, and that's it. Now it's over 100K. And they saying bad things. You know.
Stopping volume candle on the 30-minute. Off of supply. In retrospect, kind of scream and drop here.
You got your recovery, your 1 day recovery. So tomorrow we're going down. Should be going down tomorrow. Down all day tomorrow.
Yeah.
When does this three day down thing? When does that become invalidated in the sense where it goes down for more than just 3 days? Like, how do you know if it's over or if you go down for another 3 days or like 9 days or like 12
Honestly,
days?
seems to be a bit of seller exhaustion. And not only seller exhaustion, but there's like, in my opinion, it takes about 2 days to set up a successful weekend trap. So even if they run it down for 3 days, by the third day, you're getting seller exhaustion. And if that sort of takes over, like if it's going to take over sentiment, make it impossible to keep price. It happens during the bear market, right? It'll happen during the bear market, and it'll happen when we go parabolic. When enough liquidity comes in to where market makers not needed to make every decision, to break every support, to break every resistance, then we leave these things behind. You know, the cycle breaks apart. You still see the attempts for the weekend trap, but they just get left.
Yeah, they don't play out. It doesn't adhere to the trap or
Yeah.
like the 3 day.
But that's also something we look for, right? Like, people are like, oh, what if the trap doesn't play out perfect, or that trap didn't play out like the other trap? And like, there's data in that too, right? Their inability to run a perfect trap means something. Their ability to run a textbook trap means something. Their ability to trap and not leave the CME gap behind means something. Their ability to leave a massive gap to CME and still fill it on the first day means something. Like, all of these things are different stages of control or lack of control. Right? The weekend trap breaks on a Saturday. That's a lack of control. Weekend trap doesn't break until Sunday after CME, after opening CME with no gap. That's complete control.
Yeah, for sure. So you can kind of like gauge to like what type of degree they have control at any given time.
And you can expect that the cycle that comes in the following week will have similar amount of control. They had a very difficult time during the weekend trap. Maybe you don't put all your chickens in the 3 day, retracement. But if they ran it perfect, then, it gives you more confidence in playing that false move, gives you more confidence in that 3 day swing. And when they lose control, okay, it's time to chill. Like, it's time to maybe not take profits so early, be in positions that I want to be in, tight risk management. But those are the times where you easily get left behind. But it was supposed to retrace to fill the, I know. Been there before. So for me, I use it as a bit of like canary in the coal mine where, okay, stop trusting so much on these imbalances getting filled, right? Don't trust so much that daily vector is going to get filled. If market makers lost control for the last 3 weekends in a row, and this weekend we broke the trap, Saturday morning, like things are getting very fluid now. Let's go, market maker, eat, baby.
Do you think there's still going to be as many like liquidity sweeps and like stop hunts once market makers don't really have any control?
Yeah, but they're more dramatic. right? That's when we start having our 30% corrections. Like the party's just thrown and people are gone, and you leave all these imbalances behind, and market makers not able to come back and get them within the hour, within the 4 hours or the daily. But then that weekly candle comes in. You've built no support because you haven't come back to clear these imbalances. So not only do you not have any support, but you've got massive vector gaps, massive order book imbalances. Price can only do one thing at that point, right? That's when you get into correction territory, like the difference between a retracement and a correction. And then the biggest correction of them all, the bear market, is what fills the biggest imbalance of them all, which is the big green vectors that get left during bull market, right? The very last parabolic bit that just goes. Damn, look at a complete dead tape. Look, 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 black, black, black. That was like 4 seconds of dead tape right there. Now nobody want to sell.
The hell is that a neutral order on? That's black
Yeah, delta neutral.
or yellow order.
Yeah,
With
no,
a
it's crazy. I've seen some
delta neutral.
massive delta neutral orders, which lets you know that there's, sometimes the liquidity is there. It's just not moving. It's available, but nobody's pulling the trigger.
And sometimes the only thing that can set it off is a market buyer, market sell.
That's usually what nudges price in one direction or the other if it's just going sideways. You need big market buys. Or big market sells. Yeah, if the buyer won't meet the seller, then something breaks.
It's just toying with me now. I bet the second I walk away, this shit flushes.
Wait for you. Be right back. Be back in like 5 minutes. Is that long enough?
I got you, Mike. Let's test it out. I'll be right back.
What up, beautiful people? We're on lunch break now, and it looks like Dom is shooting back up. They waited for me.
You're welcome.
I'm not gonna lie, even Big Gun is starting to look really good at that 33, man. I've been waiting for it all day. Yeah, Dominus is literally going right back up.
If we get this dip, then you might be able to get it lower.
That's what I'm waiting for.
There's a lot of traders waiting for
Yo, big buys.
XRP is pumping.
Yo, everything is just going right now. Looked like it was over there for a second. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, wow, man. Dominance at 64.92.
Be careful. Don't wake it up. It's sleeping. Leave it alone. Let it sleep.
Yeah, I don't know. It's some scary price action right there, man. We still have one more day for the 3-day down. Hasn't been validated yet. I mean, the volume at 141 in the morning, I don't know, man. Some sketchy stuff.
Good point.
Very sketchy stuff. I'm definitely not buying in at the top of this green candle right now. This is insanity.
Short, you said?
Nah, you're wild for that one. You're definitely wild for that one. It's funny because the wick literally hit the daily open, like right on the money.
Yo, these candles though.
Pepe goes off of Ethereum, right? Looks like volume's dwindling down. Yeah, I don't know if anyone's up or not, but I just accidentally ran over a coyote trying to kill a deer. That shit was crazy.
I'm up. That's wild, man.
I just finished my shift and I'm driving home, and I'm ripping it, man. I'm going like, I don't know, at least like 80 something. It's only 2 lanes out of nowhere, dude. Out of nowhere, out of like the woods, a freaking coyote, huge coyote is like chasing a deer, and they both jump out of the woods in front of my car, and I swerved. Luckily, nobody was really around, so I swerved so hard because I'm not trying to hit anything, and I couldn't really tell what it was in the moment. And they freaking like jerked and ran back. They were in the left lane. They ran back in front of me after I swerved, and I rocked the coyote. I rocked the coyote. So I saved the deer's life, I guess. And then I pulled over immediately because I have a really low car. So I'm like, okay, that's not going to be good. And I have a huge crack on my bumper now. But yeah, it was crazy. And I should have the footage recorded because my car records while I'm driving. So I'm pretty sure I could pull it up when I get home. I'm just kind of pissed because now I got to fix a freaking bumper, and insurance is going to skyrocket if I use my insurance.
Myself and can you hear me okay?
I hear you now. Yeah, I don't know if you were talking before. I didn't hear anything before, but
We
I
just
hear you.
got home. Like when it switches to my Wi-Fi, it
Yeah,
sometimes
it does that.
work. So I have to reconnect. But yeah, man, that sucks, man. That's wild.
It's literally wild. Actually,
Mm.
yeah, bro.
You couldn't
I
do
have a
anything.
Model 3, so it's like really low. And I tried swerving so hard, bro. I'm surprised I didn't crash. Like I got
Whoa.
really lucky nobody was around me. Yeah. But dude, they
Yeah,
freaking
damn.
jerked back. Like they ran across, I swerved and missed him, and then he jerked, like he ran back in my lane and got rocked.
Mm.
Like he got rocked. I can't
Yeah,
like
that's
I can't wait
annoying.
to go home and pull up the footage. I'm literally gonna pull up the
Mm.
footage and put it in chat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
tag me in it so that I can see it.
Damn, bro. These bumpers are I'm so tight. I can't win, man. I just can't win. Whenever I save a little bit of money,
Yeah.
I gotta spend it on some stupid shit like that.
Is that like rural that you're at? Like in the area? Is it like farmland or
What's that?
rural or anything? Like rural,
No,
like is
bro.
the
It's upstate.
oh.
It's yeah, it's upstate New York. Upstate New York. It's like all
Mhm.
like if you're looking at it from a topograph, like it's all forest.
Mm.
All forest
Uh-huh.
in this
Oh,
specific
okay.
area.
Plenty of wildlife all the time.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but that's
Damn.
crazy. Though. What's the chances of me like interfering with a hunt? And you
Mm.
know what's crazy, bro? I'm getting so many of those algorithm like lion attacks, like
Oh,
either
yeah.
wildlife like
Yeah.
lions or zookeepers getting like the arms mold. I don't know why
Yeah.
that keeps coming up, but I've been seeing a lot of those. So like for a split second, it
Like
looked
the
like a
universe.
lion chasing
Mm.
like a gazelle or something. I'm like, what is going on right now?
It
Like I know I'm tired,
it's
but
like the
damn.
universe. The universe is acting like an algorithm, and it's putting what you've seen online.
Nah, you're freaking me out. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that, bro. I'm like
Like
half
real
asleep. I
world.
just I just want to get home. I want to get some trades in and then get ready for tonight. And then like yeah, my bumper is
Mhm.
rocked. But yeah, I'll pull up the
Damn,
footage
dude.
because it records like all around.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty
Are you
sure
still
I can.
driving?
Pull it. Yeah, it's an hour drive. I'm like halfway. So
Oh, yeah. Did you check out the coyote? Did you see
I
him
pulled,
or
dude. I pulled over right away. I was convinced he was like going to be stuck under my car, but I was going way too fast, so he
Yeah.
wasn't under my car. But I had a
Do
mean
you think
ass crack on my bumper though.
do you think it, like, knocked him away, or do you think you ran over him?
I would have seen him. I didn't
Mm.
see him go flying, but
Like,
I
as in,
I
did he go under the wheels? Did you feel
he
it?
went
Or
he went under. I was going so fast and it happened so quick, bro. Like I
Mm.
I don't remember if I heard two thumps or if it was just like thump and that was it.
Oh, yeah. Because it would make like, if your car's low, it would make sense if you hit him and he sort of like got,
That's what
like
you would assume
catapulted.
would happen. Right. Right. Like you see the
Mm,
deer in like those videos, they go freaking flying. No,
mm.
that man died. He's
Oh
got I
yeah,
saved that deer's life. And it was like a baby deer too. That's the crazy part.
yeah,
It was like a baby deer, but I saved it, but I don't know if he got hit by another car or not. It just happened so quick. That was
yeah, man.
crazy.
It sucks.
It does suck
There's no
because my
winners there
insurance
except for the
is
deer.
gonna wreck me. If I go through insurance, they're gonna wreck me for changing a bumper. What do I tell them? Yeah, I hit a fox, I hit a coyote. Like they don't give a shit,
Mm,
especially in New York, bro.
yeah, it sucks. Yeah, it's
Anyway,
pretty wild.
yeah, it's all good.
Your
It's all good.
roadkill's
I'll
quite
definitely pull up the
large.
footage. I'll put up the full
Mm,
footage. I don't think it's gonna be anything bad. It's just you're literally gonna see them in front of me, and it'll probably be like a quick snap of it. But anyway, how's your trades going? You holding up well over there?
yeah, I'm just in an XRP long still,
Ooh, that was looking really
and
good.
mm, yeah, I'm in from $2.3070, so 2.307,
Oh, you got it nice then.
and now
Okay.
it's 2.333, and I'm on 5x, but yeah,
Oh,
it's up a little bit. It's about 1% up
have you
right
seen
now.
MOG? You see what happened
No,
to Mog? Dude, it was like the top gainer. For the first time in my life, I picked something that was the top gainer. Well,
oh
it
sweet.
wasn't like it wasn't 50% like those weird magic memes that you can't
Mm-hmm.
even sell back. But it was, I think, like second or third. It was up to almost
Mm,
20% at one point.
cool. Hell yeah,
Yeah,
man.
it was going bananas. And I was surprised because like Pepe and Bonk were like still down there. Pepe,
Mm-hmm.
Bonk, Link was up a little bit, I think.
Cool. Yeah, yeah. Well,
Oh wow, it's still holding up. Yeah, I thought it was gonna retrace down because dominance was going up, but now it's still holding.
I'll have to have a look. Let me open up a chart of MOG.
Yeah, dude, I was trying to get a huge order in yesterday. I was being so stubborn, man. I saw it sit at like 95, whatever, like
Oh
10
yeah.
zeros, like 95. And I was staring at it and I'm like, nah, like it's gonna go deeper. Like this is nothing. It didn't go that far. I was being greedy, man. And I knew I should have put at
Mm.
least like a small amount. But the screwed up part is I had like a fisherman's net of buy orders set going down from I think I started it at like 94 or 93, going all the way down
Mm-hmm.
to like the higher 60s, which was like the most recent, lowest low in history that it's ever had on my chart. Yeah, so it,
Yeah.
it completely it completely like bounced back up and didn't hit anything for my fisherman's net or my
Mm.
my
Damn.
layout. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that would have been definitely that would have been a huge come up.
Hell yeah. Man, the 23rd of June, when it went up 26% in one day, that was a good day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Late June.
Bonk's been
Not
doing that
bad.
like the past couple days, but today I guess it gave it all back.
Yeah.
Not all back, but it just it's not really
Retraced a
acting.
lot. Yeah. Well, I'm ready to see something spectacular.
I've never seen this is my first time witnessing for this long of a time or this long of a period where Bitcoin is just sitting or going down and dominance is
Yeah.
down. That was crazy. So what I'm trying to
Yeah.
like picture now, what I'm still not really fully grasping the idea of is okay, so Bitcoin goes up, hits all-time high,
Mm.
dominance, I'm assuming would be like really high, right? Because everyone's putting their money into Bitcoin, which is what's causing it to skyrocket up like that.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming Dom would be high and not much would follow up unless like it starts going sideways and then dominance drops and everything else starts to catch up, right? So my question to you
Mm.
is once Bitcoin hits all-time high, right? And then based
Yeah.
off the last couple recent all-time highs, it never really like fully retraced immediately. It kind of just sat up there and just kind of went sideways a
Mhm.
little bit. So I'm assuming if it was to do, same case scenario, what would happen to the alts? Like, is dominance gonna, stay up there and then just gonna keep going
Yeah.
sideways and it's gonna slam everything,
If
or is it
Bitcoin goes up,
automatically? Yeah, you get what I'm
oh
saying.
no,
Like if
like it doesn't necessarily mean that the alts have to like pull back or anything. Like the last time that I remember where Bitcoin, and I was paying attention to it, that Bitcoin went up and like seeing what the alts did, the alts just sort of stayed put or went sideways, kind of maybe slightly up, but yeah,
okay, so it was
there's
like a
like a
negative
delay.
impact, right? Because I was worried
Yeah,
about
it
that.
can
Like,
have
okay,
like a delay.
I'm like I'm gonna accumulate all these coins. Well, my plan was whatever my accumulation and all that. And then I'm like, all right, but what if like does that mean as soon as Bitcoin hits all-time high and these guys kind of follow up, do I have to sell off quick or I'm gonna get thumped down? Or does Dom just kind of switch over and that's where like I go up even higher and Bitcoin stays in this place? That's what I'm trying to like I
Mm,
want to be ready. I want to be ready, so to say. That's all.
$1 million question.
Uh, I gotta look
Yeah,
into it.
man. Me too. Like, I would love to know the answer. I would. But I think you can probably find an example of every like outcome. You
That
know what I mean?
yeah.
Like with
Yeah, I
Bitcoin
would have to
rips,
compare the
alts rip.
charts.
Bitcoin rips, alts go sideways. Bitcoin rips, alts dump. Like, you can sort of find examples of each of those scenarios.
Yeah.
But just to touch on one little thing briefly is that we got a full moon on the 11th of July. It is now currently the 9th of July.
It looked like a full
So
moon tonight.
yeah, it's getting pretty big. So
Okay. What
there's
does that
that.
mean
I
though?
mean that I
Wh-
mean that may or may not mean anything. It just depends if it
what's
depends
it-
if the majority of the market thinks it means something. You know what I mean? Like if people interact with the market with a sensibility about what the moon's doing in any big
Like
way,
like
then
the
it means
actual moon,
something.
right? Like we're
Yeah, the
talking about
actual
like
moon, like whether it's full or not. Um, Whereas if no one really sort of follows that or tracks it, it won't do anything. You know what I mean? So it just depends, like if the majority of people, and not just people, but the people that have the money that actually has an effect on the market, like the big players. Yeah.
is that is that why Drew earlier was talking about the full moon or something? Because he mentioned he
I
was
don't
like,
know.
oh, it's a full moon.
Yeah,
I thought he was just being
I
funny.
don't know. I'm just kind of like aware of it because I look for as much reasons for things as possible. Like, although my decision making's not based off the moon.
Right, yeah, no,
Like,
I got you.
mm, it's just a piece of the puzzle, man. Yeah. What gave
July
me the
11th.
confidence the most to get into XRP was the uptrend, the higher lows, the higher highs. Like that's what's invited me to take along. I just had to be patient, wait for a pullback within the trend, and
Yeah.
then have a shot.
Okay.
That's pretty
Yeah, I
much
mean,
where I
I'm excited for this
mm.
month. We got a lot going on. We got birthdays. We got
Mm-hmm.
it's July, baby.
Mm.
Chat's
Fresh
funny.
quarter.
Chat's funny as hell. Fresh
Mm-hmm.
quarter, right? Yeah, fresh quarter, old season,
There's
this
a
and
lot of
that.
pressure on Jerome Powell. That's making things interesting.
Right. I mean,
To cut their
most
interest
likely
rates.
no
Yep.
cut. Most likely no cut for
Mm.
July, but soon, right? Maybe
Yeah.
possible.
It's on the end of the month, so still soon. That is soon still, but yeah, 31st of July, I believe, or the 30th or something like that. We get the FOMC meeting or the FOMC, funds rate decision. Likely to be another pause, but hopefully the last pause.
Okay. I'm excited, man. I
Uh,
definitely wanna see what the end of a bull run looks like and then the transition into a bear market. I want to see what that's like.
yeah, I'll
As
tell you
long as we're
what, man.
prepared for it, right?
The pivot may not be obvious. So you know how we've seen some local highs with Bitcoin. We've seen Bitcoin go to 110 before as a high.
Yeah.
We've seen it fade off 110. We've seen it go to 112 as a high, and we've seen it fade off that. So the top of a bull market will feel like that, where it's like, oh yeah, that's just the local high, until it becomes distant, more distant, and we just
Oh,
don't come back to it, over time, and then you start getting some severe days where it's like, oh, we're losing structure. It's a bit like we may be at the start of the bear market, but meanwhile, price may have fallen away from the all-time high by like 20% already, or like 15%. You know what I mean?
jeez. Okay, I thought it
But
was like a
it
known
can,
thing,
or
like a
like
very
it depends, because then the 2017 all-time high for Bitcoin was a big crescendo. Like it was very clear what was happening because it was a blow off top, which is
what
where
year
the
was that?
price pushed 2017,
Mhm.
when Bitcoin went to basically $20,000 US. To get that price, it had to push, like it had to pump to get to 20K at the time. So it was a very dramatic day, and achieving that high, and then coming back off it was very violent. So it was a very clear start to
The bear market.
I guess to the bear market. Yeah, it was very top style behavior, with the blow off top style market high. So yeah, if we get one of
Crazy.
them, it'll be quite clear. Like the writing will be on the wall. But if we get a high, kind of like how we're dealing with 12K as our all-time high right now. You know how like we're still kind of in the neighborhood? We haven't really left that area yet.
Right, like it's so close.
Those are the killers. Like those are the market tops that are kind of like silent
I like,
assassin, like they just sneak
yeah,
under the radar. Yeah. And
yeah, I
before you know
believe.
it,
I mean,
you're looking back on
look at these dips we've been getting. Like, I wouldn't have predicted that.
it.
I mean, nobody really, but
Well, the tariff, like all the dumping after with all the tariff fears and all that. I mean, that was very dramatic and volatile. So, you
yeah,
know,
yeah, I got stuck in a few of those, but I've been doing better
mm,
lately, especially with D-Block, like pointing things out. Yeah, dude, following his chart has been my savior.
yeah,
The amount of traps I would have been stuck in, you have no idea.
and
Like when
I
I first
wish I had
started,
someone like Dbloc when I started. I had no one. I just had me and YouTube, like to watch like people's videos, and it wasn't
yeah,
live. These were just videos of
that was
like,
already out there.
yeah, like it's old information. Like it's
It
not
wasn't really
useful
a
in the moment.
niche. It wasn't a niche at
Yeah.
the time.
And it was way more speculative. Like people were like, "Oh, where the hell's Bitcoin going to go? Like, is it ever going to come back?" It was still very speculative.
Yeah. No, I was definitely
Mm,
a castaway my first few months. Like I was, I didn't know what to look. Yeah, it was just, I was just dibble dabbling, starting with like a small amount and trying to grow it. And I had beginner's
yeah.
luck. Again, but I went through, remember, spot trading only. Didn't know what leverage was. Didn't touch leverage. Just spot trading. But I would sit there. So if I was stuck in a weekend trap, like I would watch it and like because I didn't know. I didn't know what to expect,
Yeah.
right? And I remember, bro, like, because I work night shifts, so I'm used to like having my, my schedule flipped out. So I'd go to the gym at like 4 or 5 in the morning, and I'd have the AGGR charts open, so while I'm working, I could kind of have a glimpse of what's going on, and I don't miss my opportunity. And for some reason, bro, like on a Saturday at like 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, like you would just hear the buys coming in, like you hear like the steady ding 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 ding, and it would start building up.
Yeah.
And I
Yep.
started to get accustomed that when I started hearing that, like we would get those, but it was those crazy bursts. We were around like
Hmm.
75, 76K at the time.
Oh
And yeah, you saw what happened back then. So for somebody new, like an outsider, not knowing,
yeah.
that this is not really expecting what to happen, I would just
Yeah.
wait for that, and I would
It
get the
is
burst,
wild.
and it would break, it would free the longs, and I would like,
Mm.
I was like, oh, I'm out, and I'm in profits, and I would sell, and I wait for it to drop, I'd rebuy back in. But again, I would just continuously get stuck in these weekend traps, not knowing I'm getting stuck in a weekend trap, and it was horrible, bro. I would spend my whole weekend just literally just babysitting it, essentially. As to now, like I look at the chart, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna avoid this. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna be patient. You know, so it's like a life changer.
Yeah, it is. It's you learn something new every day with it too. Like, well, maybe not every day, but you know, if it's not you're learning something, you're becoming more used to it and you're getting that experience up. But yeah. Yeah,
Most
it's good,
definitely,
dude.
yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, and again, it's not, you know, it's the whole community. Like you, I mean, Rick, you were one of the first people I met in here, and you know, you always had your TAs, and you shared a lot with me with the charts and like how to read specific things. So like, it's yeah, this guy
I
just took a
try.
cigarette out of my car, bro. I feel like my car's a target tonight. I just had a pebble fly off a dump truck and hit my windshield. I don't even know. I don't even know if
Oh
I left a
shit.
dent or not. I'm not checking that till I get home.
I hate
I just
that.
want to get home at this point. And the guy in front of
Yeah,
me
it's
flicked the
rough.
cigarette and it like got stuck to my freaking windshield wiper. What is
So
going
you're
on?
driving home from work?
Yeah, yeah.
Like
We
you did
work.
like an all-nighter?
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
We do
Mhm.
like bridge repairs
Shift
and
work.
stuff. So
Oh,
it's
okay.
you know, less traffic at night and chaos and all that. But it's
Mhm.
temporary. It's just for a few more months,
Oh,
hopefully.
cool. Mhm. That's cool.
You just got home from work as well, or you're like
No, it's my
nighttime,
day
right?
off.
Right? You're about to get some sleep.
No, not quite. It's only like 7 p.m., 7:06.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you're not that old. You're still up.
Yeah. Sometimes I go to bed at 8. But yeah, I'll be fine.
Bro, that's
I had a
been
day
me
off, so
lately.
I'm not
I mean, I
I'm
used
not
to pull
tired.
all-nighters like it was my job. I mean, literally and figuratively. But yeah, for some reason, this time around, you know, when I'm not working nights, like if I have a weekend to myself, I usually don't work weekends, but you know, when it comes to like actually having a night off, my body just shuts down. And I'm like, I'm passing out
Mm.
9 p.m., 8 p.m., 7 p.m., which is crazy because that's, you know,
Oh,
I'm already
yeah.
at work usually around those times. So I'm accustomed to, you know, being up all night and sleeping during the day. But when I'm not
That's
working,
good
it's
good that
like
you
my
passed out
body
though.
reverts back to like
Mm.
my old biological clock. And I sleep early and I wake up 6 in the morning. And it's every day, like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, until I go back to work. And it's
Yeah.
annoying. Like I'm missing out on a lot too, you know? I'm trying to get
Yeah,
some dates
man.
out here, right? I gotta find myself a wife.
You're a single man like me, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
single.
there you go.
Single, ready to mingle. But
Single
yeah,
and
the dating scene right
and ready
now
to mingle.
is horrific. You know, the girls I'm talking to or I'm trying to get to know, it's like, you know, it doesn't take long to start getting those red flags.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's crazy. They just don't care. Like they're ruthless. I'm not saying men are
Oh.
much better, but these women are definitely taking over what looks like a man's role. You know, it just I'm serious. It's like the men are getting hurt out there. They're getting played and cheated on. And you know, again,
Yeah.
I'm not labeling all of them, but it's just what I've been noticing more
Yeah, you're
cases that have
right.
been.
I think there is like a culture at the moment. Yeah, I notice it
Bro,
even in Australia, dude. Yeah, man.
these women are savages. They're like these savages. But if you know if you're like, I mean, you know, I'm older, so I learned everything the hard way. Long story short, I never had an older brother.
Mm.
I never had you know
Mhm.
TikTok, YouTube, dating, pickup, all this, all that, bro. I learned the hard way. I got rejection after rejection after rejection
Oh, yeah. Does
until I
wonders for the
finally,
ego.
yeah, you know, now it's like
Like
you look around and
confidence, like
everybody's,
shoots your confidence. Yeah.
yeah, it's just a lot has changed. And same, you know, same with like the health industry. Like when I grew up, bro, I used to go to Barnes and Noble, and I'm talking about like elementary, middle school, right? Like, I
Mm.
want to be in good shape. I want to play sports. You know, I was a little
Mhm.
scrawny guy. You know, I was 6'2", 150 pounds. I'm an easy target at that point. But yeah, I used to go to Barnes and Nobles and look at like the bodybuilding magazines just to get an idea of what kind of workouts to do. Like there was no YouTube back then.
Oh, yeah.
There was
Yeah.
nothing like
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
you know? So I feel like essentially it was the same with the dating scene. Like it just you had to kind of figure it out. And let me tell you something, Rick. You sound like you're around my age too. When we got a girl's number,
Yeah, I'm 30. I'm
it was
36.
such a reward. Like when you got a girl's number, it was like it was like a trophy. Like you earned something. You got something, right?
Oh yeah, dude. I remember coming home the first time, like driving home after like meeting this, like my first serious girlfriend, and man, the euphoria of it, like how happy I was, like with
Yeah, it was
everything. Yeah,
so
man.
rewarding. Like a risk to reward, literally
It
risk to
was just I
reward.
was just a
It's like,
complete noob. Like I didn't know what I was doing. It was my first time like being like, meeting someone. I was like, yeah, dude. And then
I mean,
didn't
honestly,
know what the
bro.
hell I was doing.
Honestly, we were still better off with our ways, I think, because
This
you look at these new generation and
mm.
all they do is just sit on their phone. They don't really socialize in person. Like, I'm pretty sure we still
Yeah.
had it better off, you know?
Mhm. Mhm.
But yeah, no, it's
Most definitely.
the things I'm seeing, the things I'm seeing, let me tell you, bro, the dating scene has completely changed. Completely
Yeah, it's pretty
changed.
cooked.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
And
gonna close this
I'm starting to think
scalp,
it's
I think, because things are
what,
looking
your
a little
XRP?
hairy. Yeah, just it was never meant to be like a big long to take me into the sunset. It was only ever intended to be a scalp, so
Yeah.
no biggie
Oh yeah, you're right. I see it. Even
if
Mag
I have
is
to profit. It's
retraced a little
yeah,
bit.
I wanted to take it into strength, and this is kind of like taking it out in weakness, which kind of
Right.
sucks. Like I would prefer to take it at a high rather than a pullback. Even though
Yeah.
it has gone up all day, which is good, but it's just in one of those like trough
Mhm.
moments, like where it's pulled off the high.
Yeah, I mean, you could
Bitcoin
always
situation
re-enter.
isn't helping. Yeah, exactly.
You
Exactly.
could always re-enter, man.
There's always another opportunity. Yeah.
And look at it
I'll
this
just
way:
kick
even
myself
if
if
you
it
don't
works
re-enter,
10%.
right? And if there is like a good pullback, you can just maybe put it on a spot
Mm,
or like another, like a 2x, something you really like coin you really
yeah.
want or something. That's kind of what I was
Yep.
waiting for.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
All right,
starting to
Rick.
pull back
I
some.
just I just pulled in the driveway. Let me see if I can get this footage
Nice,
of
man.
me getting this
Yeah,
roadkill.
yeah, do it.
I'm gonna charge
Yeah,
my car
man.
and I'll be upstairs in a bit. I'll see you in like 5 minutes.
Alright, man. Okay,
All right,
cool,
bro. Good
cool.
luck with that scalp.
Cheers, bro.
So apparently I was in that trade for 11 hours and 10 minutes. The previous trade was 14 hours and 55 minutes. And then the trade before that was 1 day, 7 hours. The one before that was 1 hour, 14 minutes. And then the one before that was 39 minutes and 39 seconds. That was a Mudang trade. Mudang. Just little scalpy scalps. And wouldn't you know it, right as I stop out, it starts to go up again.
Yeah, we came down for your stop.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It overheard me talking about it. Yeah, and you know what caused me to, like, close it? Because the previous 3 or 4 trades, I round tripped it about halfway back. So I'm like, "Look, I'm gonna do something different this time, and I'm gonna close it near the highs," like, you know?
You're not going to short?
And, nah, because it's in an uptrend still. I
I
don't
think
think the uptrend has been broken yet, so it's a little dangerous to short, but yeah. You know what I mean?
it's still highs.
Yeah. I mean, it's yeah, I mean, like, as far as, like
Once we break this 800 moving average on the 1 minute,
mm, like,
then we,
on the micro time frame, like, yeah, there's potential for, like, another lower high, like on the 1-minute chart on XRP. It's kind of had a high, then a low, then a or a high, then a lower high, and now it's, like, working on potentially the 3rd high, which could be lower again,
yeah,
but we'll see.
that's
We'll see.
Bitcoin's going down. I assumed everything's going down with it.
Yeah. I don't know, it could just be like a falling knife, this little move up on XRP, like this little I kinda call it a death throw, like when something's dying and it's like there's little spurts of life coming out of it. I don't mean the assets dying, I just mean the trend or like you know, the price, the move.
Because we've broken
But yeah.
the bear flag on the 5 minute on Dbloc's chart.
Oh, for Bitcoin?
Yeah.
5-minute bear flag. Okay. Ah. Let me
So
open up his, screen.
we dropped down, broke through it, then went back up into it, and now we're come back through it.
Yeah.
Haven't had the retest yet, I don't think. But
Oh, yeah, that one. Okay. That's a 15-minute Bitcoin chart. Yeah, I see it.
sorry, 15.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. The, like zooming way further out though, it's it's still looking healthy, like as far as like bullish potential coming out of it.
Oh yeah, I think
Yeah.
I'm planning for this dip. Then we're going off to the
Mm,
all-time high. This is probably the
potentially,
last dip.
yeah. Yeah. Could be, could be. Yeah, I'm here for it. I would love to see that.
So I'm trying to get my
Mm.
bottom knife catching skills up.
The conditions have been kind of like, soft, as in the top 8 or the top 10 of cryptos like haven't really been going much outside of like 3% up or down for the day. So it's been very flat as far as performance goes, which means you can do some trades and it be relatively safe. You know what I mean? Like it's not violent. You're
Yeah,
not
you
going
can
to
do.
be violently wrong if you're
You
wrong.
can. Yeah, you can do the swing, the range.
Yeah,
Good way to make money.
exactly. Yeah. Oh, now XRP's like gonna definitely shoot up.
I don't think so.
Yep, I agree, Rick. It is.
Yeah, it tricked me out. It yeah, that pullback where it started to threaten one of the trend lines that I have drawn made me think, oh well, I better take profit while it's on the table, and I did.
It
But
may
that's
retest
okay.
at 235 and pull back a little
Oh
more
yeah,
again. But
235 would be
if it breaks
incredible.
through there, it's and goes to
Mm,
at 235 or 238, it'll break out to 243 probably, and maybe even
yeah,
yeah.
I really don't want to chase it, but
Yeah.
yeah. Like if I was to get in now, it'd be like kind of buying a high or like,
Mm-hmm.
FOMOing in. I need to be, what do you call it, disciplined and wait for the safer entries, like the discount style entries. It just feels a little premium right now. Yeah, as far as
Yeah.
the local price action, But yeah, I think XRP belongs above $3, like, to
Oh
be
yeah,
honest.
it's
And some.
mm-hmm.
I feel
Yep.
like they're like really driving it down, probably to accumulate it. You know,
Yeah.
that
Yep.
seems a
It'll
bit
hit 4 to
they're up to
6
something.
pretty soon.
Yeah.
And I think people are going to be surprised about Bitcoin. It
Mm,
may not falter. The 4 hours got a turning point period today. We'll see what happens.
yeah. There is definitely like I'm just looking on XRP on the daily,
Mm-hmm.
and
The
there is
dailies.
there's yeah, there's a change in the rhythm,
Mm-hmm.
in the fact that there was like there was the low, then the lower low, and now recently, like in late June, we got that higher low, like where I think it got a wick down to like $1.90, and that's the lowest it could get. So, um, coming up off that, it looks very like inverse head and shoulder ish,
I agree.
So that's cool. And we're dealing with a big macro trend line coming down, and we're breaking out of it right now. Like
We
we've
sure
popped
are.
our head out. Yeah, so that's really cool. We'll see what we can do. See what they got. See what they got in store for us. I don't know. I would love just another little dip, and I'll get in again,
Yeah, it really kind of has to cruise up over 235. Otherwise, it may dip a little lower than we want. It may come down into that 219. It really can't go below 219.90 to be bullish for
Yeah.
again. Yeah.
Mhm.
Otherwise, it could fall below its support line between other under 211, 213. 213 to 211.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah,
think
it's
ready to go.
yeah. It's tell you what, this market this year has been very tricky as far as teasing people with, you know, what looks like a breakout, looks like it's on the verge of, you know,
Yep.
going onto this really nice rally, and then it just rips in the opposite direction, and
And
you round
all of
trip
a
it.
sudden, I know it's almost seemingly
Mm,
without warning, right?
yep. And it's
And
yeah,
you
it's kind of
know that there's
frustrating.
a possibility, but it just like you said, it looks
Mm,
tricky. Or it has been tricky.
yep.
So you have
Yeah, it
to
hasn't been easy.
secure your gains right away, and then
Mhm.
once you stop, like you did, you stop playing
Yeah.
that game, then all of a sudden it
And the
switches
game
on.
changes. Yeah.
Yep. So
Exactly. It's like you never really know what you're gonna get. Like, is it gonna be the
mhm,
crowd that takes profit who get rewarded? Or is it gonna be the
exactly.
crowd that have faith and hold that long open, like, for a
Right.
week or longer,
Right.
you know, because the rally's on around the corner? Yeah. So it's like, okay, if you wanna be in that mega rally, you have to be prepared to round trip. That's just the name of the game. Like,
You do.
you know,
Yeah.
you're gonna leave that open. And if, you know, like, if you wanna be there on the big mega rally, you ain't gonna be in it if you're taking profit
That's
every
right.
every couple hours, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You have to leave it open, but it's kinda like
Yeah.
the price you pay, it's the toll you pay to be on the ride.
Yeah.
Like, if you wanna be on that huge rally, you have to, you know, you have to round trip a few times until one of them sticks, you know?
That's right.
One of them will stick
Yeah. That's why
eventually.
it's
Yeah.
sometimes hard uh, to decide to set a stop loss, because then
Oh,
you're
yeah.
cutting yourself short all the time there too.
Yes, you can stop out
Mm-hmm.
repeatedly, like, you can get on a nasty lose, like a stop streak, and
Mm-hmm.
that feels yeah, that's pretty devastating.
It's
But
almost better to round trip and hope that
yeah.
your round trip goes back around
Yeah, I
and
know.
forward.
Oh, I've been there. I think a lot of people probably been there where you're underwater and you're just crossing your fingers every day for it to come back up.
Or you
Yeah.
or you just DCA in a
Your
strategy that
average in.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
it's kind of
Which
the better.
you have to be very unlucky, but it is possible that you can DCA and have the DCA for a really long time, like, because it just keeps going down. And that's brutal. Trying to
Mm-hmm.
DCA in a bear market is like, yeah, it's like you sort of have to wait for the evidence that the low is in or the floor. But that's a whole other kettle of fish. Yeah, that strategy. I'm just gonna brush my teeth. I'll be right back. All right. Yeah. Um, trying to figure out what's more painful. closing out a position in profit only to have it like 2 hours later, you look back and go, wow, if I left that open, I would have made 6 times more than what I took, you
Mm-hmm.
know? Or like, is that because that is painful, that's frustrating, but the alternative is it round tripping and going all the way back down to your entry when you could have taken,
Right.
like a nice profit off it. So it's like you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. So I do like, which I haven't really tried yet, but I'm going to do it next. I make a promise to myself I'll do it, is do the 50-50 approach. Like when it's nice and high, or like when it's into nice profit, I'm going to take 50% profit
Mm-hmm.
and then let the other 50 ride. And if it round trips, well, at least I got half of it out in the high and the rest stopped out near my entry. And then on the other hand, like if it goes up to whatever price, like higher, I've still got half of it in the game too,
That's right.
like to achieve profits. So yeah, it's like a kind of like a 50-50 approach. I don't know, like I guess that
You can
kind
always
of
take out your
shines.
fees, your like a
Yeah.
10% and
Initial.
right away,
Yeah.
and then
Yep.
go from there, and then do your 50% afterwards. So then
Mm.
you're really in a winning trade from that point.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's another way. Yeah. But I guess it would really shine. I think that technique would shine when the market's being very volatile, like very dramatic with its ups and
Mhm.
downs. Whereas if it's kind of just meandering like it's been doing, it's like, oh yeah, the the benefit of doing that isn't as obvious, I guess, but it's still there.
Boy, that daily on XRP looks so juicy, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is really nice. I do like it. It's pretty hot.
I mean, it could take us all the way up to 268, and then 275.
Yeah. I just need to like put in like a faith position on it, and I feel like the ones where it's like faith, like a faithful position, I usually do that on extremely low leverage, like 2x,
Mm-hmm.
because I just want to put it in there and like be able to walk away and not babysit it kind of thing.
Right. Yep.
Because I have the faith, like I have the faith that it's going to be okay and that the lows aren't going to get threatened. The supports aren't going to get, threatened. But yeah.
So I heard some rumors that the Trump coin might be listed on Tron.
Oh, I don't
And
know.
that would be a little something, because Justin Sun kind of a controversial figure, and I don't know.
Right back.
But that Trump coin may
Yo.
have some volatility, and it's
Mm,
at the very bottoms of the bottoms.
yeah.
Liquidations under us have been building up.
What's that sorry about?
Liquidations underneath on BTC has been building up.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yep. Yep. Because things are looking so optimistic. So people are getting brave, putting longs in. Yep.
And it looks like we're bouncing.
Yeah.
But money flows coming out.
Well, if we can hold this 200 in the pivot point, we may test it and then come back up and around, and then the 4 hour will have a swing up, it looks like.
That's not what I want. I want it to go down, down, down.
Well, I don't think it's going to happen, to be honest with you.
Really?
It may happen Friday, but today, I don't know. We'll have to see what happens on this 15-minute. The 15-minute is the big dog right now.
How do you know which time frame is actually pushing?
Well, you if you see that we're at the bottom of its moving averages, and where the 5 is on top of the 200, and then the 15-minute closes up above it and completes its rotation, you'll see that if it will go back over its dip, which in this point on the 15-minute would be to reclaim at least 108.8, and that's our very important number. And then if it can do that, and we have follow through from underneath, then we should probably be able to make a higher high, which would be over 109.1 today. And let's see, I can't about 10 by 10:15 this morning. If not, it's going to lose its 5 EMA now and drop under this angle at the top. And then this angular here at our price at 108,632 will become our resistance angle. And then our overhead is going to become lower, and that will be at 108,589. So we'll lose our gain. We'll go back underneath the 200 on the 15-minute, which would set up our 4 hour to have to crack open above this 108.7 again. So we're either going to dip now and go to about 108.4 and then test that area to go back upwards, or we're going to go up now and then cross under the 50 EMA on the 4 hour later, which would be right at the pivot point. So let's see, 4 hour right here. So the 50 EMA on the 4 hour is currently at 108,259, but look at that nice curve it has. So this is a beautiful upswing. And so if it holds its 5 EMA, which it's setting on right now, which means that the 15-minute, if we go back to the 15-minute, 15-minute just needs to close up over its 50 EMA, which is right here at the 108,729. So that's why that 108.8 number is really important. And then if we get the 109.1 and close over the daily open, that would move our trajectory this way, because it would turn and find support on that 50 MA, which is there at 108.7. So our structure is going to be above 108.7 unless the 4 hour proves us otherwise. So that's why this is a big day today, to remain above the pivot point after we drop below it, or to rise above, or to fall through it now and then continue down underneath the 4 hour, which would be 108.1 and below. So if the candles start turning downward and pushing this back down underneath 108, 0.813, the 50 day moving average here. If that gets tipped back over, that's going to turn our direction, and we'll roll over on the 4 hour. But the way it looks, the trajectory is forward and up to go past 109 and to claim the 110 area. So it's a big day.
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be. I think we still got a lot of like decent week ahead of us. Like, what are we? We're only like Wednesday now. Wednesday candle. So
remember
my
today at
favorite.
2 p.m. is the Fed minutes.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Was that
See what
today
kind
or
of
was
tone
that
are in
yesterday?
the. I don't know. Not
I believe
sure.
it is. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see
And
what kind of tone comes out of that.
if we're looking more dovish, believe then that'll add to the directional pull up. So at 10 a.m. we have wholesale inventories, 10:30 is oil, gas, then 11:30 is treasury auctions, and then at 2 o'clock is the FOMC minutes.
Nice.
Then tomorrow morning is the jobless claims at 8:30. So, and then as you said earlier, tomorrow is a full moon. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of things to be looking at.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's, even if you think the full moon has zero effect, some people might think it has an effect and it may influence their decision making. That's just the way I kind of see it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm still fundamentally, I lean the most into structure and like price action, like, just the real basics, like trends and supports, resistances, ranges. That
Mm-hmm.
I lean into that the heaviest. Like, just being aware of, okay, is it currently in a dip or is it in a rip? Like, is it just ripped up? Has it gone up or has it gone down recently? And then that's kind of, you get the vibe of what zone you're in. It's like, oh, we've pulled back. Everyone's kind of a little bit bummed out because it's downtrending or it's bleeding out. Like people seem to like lose interest a little. You can tell in the Discord, like when
Yes, you
things are
can.
pumped and people are all active and happy and euphoric and pumped, it's just the nature of it. It gets you in the state of mind, So keep training yourself into taking the right action in the right moments. I'm still getting better at it. Like you can always improve with that. But yeah, looking for entries when it's miserable and down and red and feels like it's going to keep dying. Like, yeah, best time to look for entries.
Well, it sure is.
Yeah.
Your
And then
reward is
like,
much greater when you can
yeah,
enter
buying.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you're getting in on the discounts, yeah, you're stacking the odds in your favor. But if you're getting in on a high and you're chasing the market, like the odds are not in your favor. Like it gets very disgusting.
What's wrong with chasing? No, I'm just playing.
Yeah, we've all been there. I know we have. It's just the way you behave in the market when you're a beginner. At least that's definitely what happened with me. Like I was just chasing trying to be a momentum trader, I guess. Like trying to trying to see the market and going, oh, okay, if it went up here, it'll probably keep going up because it's, you know, the momentum is building, and that's how you go up real high. Like you start small and you go up, and it keeps getting bigger and bigger, and then yeah.
Well, something's going to happen soon because all the moving averages are close together.
No, yeah, yep, things are getting pretty squeezed up.
Squeezed up or squeezed down?
Or squeezed inward, like they're squeezing together. The result of which, I mean, it could be up or down. Who knows?
I know, bro. I'm
But
going crazy.
like, for my bias, I would say up. Like that's my take on the market at the moment. I see more upside potential than downside, but I could obviously totally be wrong, just like anyone.
My bias is down. I think I've done a triple top already.
Yeah. Is your bias down because you want a better entry, or because you're trying to short, or a bit of both?
Both.
Okay. Yeah.
Already in a shot from near the top.
Mm,
So I made money and I've locked in profits.
that's good. That's good.
I want to lock in more profits.
Yeah.
But I still think it's going to go down.
Yeah.
This just feels too easy. I don't know. Like that recovery we had since the 7th. Yeah, since the 7th, we've been nonstop, basically going up. I mean,
Yeah.
it's beautiful. It would look more beautiful if I had a nice entry at the bottom, but it's beautiful. It's just, I don't know, man. I mean, maybe volume does pick up today. You know, maybe there'll be some kind of
Mm,
sentiment or something in the news that just pushes it, but we're really not that far from it. So
yeah.
Volume is weak.
Have you noticed some of the journey going up hasn't really been that spectacular? Like we've had to really fight for it, you know, to get up to where we are.
not even close to
Some of the grind,
spectacular. Yeah,
yeah. Some of the just the grinding, man, like the grueling, you know, short steps, careful steps up.
slow mo. It's like it
Yeah,
feels like it's in slow motion at
yeah,
least.
yeah. It's like it's trying to pull a heavy weight uphill or something. Like something's
Right.
it's
Like
very heavy.
remember how I was explaining to you earlier that, you know, when I first started trading, that I would wait for the momentum
Mm,
to build up. I would wait for the bells and whistles, and I would jump in and essentially make a killing. Like I feel like if I was to do that same exact strategy in the same place, not
mhm.
knowing what I know now, like I don't think it would have played out the same. I probably would have been,
Yeah,
you know, scared out of my bag.
yeah, yeah. It's weird because like the style that you thought wasn't doing you any favors might be suitable in like the next week. You know what I mean? Or in a month's time.
Yeah, when things
It's
pick up,
yeah,
just not with this
yeah,
price action though.
yeah, yeah. With when the market's like being choppy and kind of like sideways and low volatility, you are rewarded for taking what you can get. You know,
Yeah.
taking profit when it presents itself. But um, yeah.
Well, the good thing is gun came down a little bit. It's been sitting at 33 all all of yesterday, 33 and up. It's officially at 3255.032. Yeah. So
Oh,
that's going down a little bit.
guns. Yeah.
Almost got stopped out. 1 cent.
You almost got stopped out by 1 cent.
Yeah, it went up 1 more cent and it would have got stopped out.
Ah.
Oh, by the way, I ended up saving the deer.
Oh, you did? Nice. You saw the
Yeah,
footage?
I did. I saw from the rear. You just whatever I hit,
It's not a coyote. I think it's a fox or something. I don't know what the hell I hit, but it went into dust. Like you literally just see
Oh, really?
dust. Yeah, my car is screwed though, bro. It's gonna at least cost. That's not gonna be a cheap repair. But I saved the deer.
Damn.
I'll
Have you got
post
a
it though.
photo of the damage?
I got a video. I got a recording from the dash. Hold on, I'll post it right now. And yeah, I got a photo of the damage. Yeah.
Yeah. Bang.
Here, I'll put the short clip. I won't build the anticipation of me just speeding into it, but I started braking at this point, and you could just kind of see what happened.
Yeah. I'll have a look. I just gotta pull it up. Driving myself, trying not to hit animals right now.
Yeah, don't do it, man. That's gonna be.
I'm good.
Yeah, it
I'm
screwed up
just
my
good right now.
whole fog light on the left side. It, like popped in and broke and shattered, so that got screwed up. And then I just have this nasty crack on my bumper, which is like, yeah, like
That
at least I
sucks.
know that thing died on impact for sure. Because yeah, this is not just like any it has like sensors in it and shit. You know what I mean? So it's like a really stiffened front lower part of the bumper. Like
Oh, yeah, I see it. I see it. Dang. Yeah, it looks like some kind of fox or something.
whatever it is, and this is the damage. This is the damage. Look at that.
Bugger. Ooh, yeah.
From something so small, crazy, right?
Yeah.
And then I also have proof that the deer made it out alive.
Wow. So that deer
Yeah.
just baited that a predator
That
into your
deer
car.
baited that freaking fox into my car. Yeah, so I saved its
It,
life,
it, it
and
looks
now I
like the
have to
deer was
pay.
stumbling too.
Yeah, it was
Like
about to
he
get wrecked.
stumbled on the,
He was like
yeah,
in
he
the
was like laying
jaws
down
of,
in the
but
lane.
that thing is so tiny. Like, how could that thing actually, right? Like, I was looking at it, I'm like, okay, that was definitely not a coyote. Like, they're both little. What if they were playing? I don't think they were hunting. Like, that thing is way too small.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that little animal could take down that tall. I think
I
he was
didn't
just
think so
harassing it.
either. Yeah, right.
He's probably just harassing it. Yeah.
Damn, now I feel guilty again.
Nah, man, you couldn't have done anything.
I swerved. You
Don't
saw me
swerve.
swerve, but it popped right
Don't
under
swerve.
my
Yeah.
tire.
Just hit it.
Oof.
Your life's worth more.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah. It was.
I ended it. Like it literally went into dust because I watched the rear view. I have a camera on each. Here, I'm gonna post this actually. Look at this one.
Yeah. Show us the rear view.
This is the side one showing the deer got away and you just see dust. Hold on. You just see fucking freaking
Oh,
dust.
happens
Oh
every
shit.
day, like all
It's
over
not
the
under your
world.
car.
Like
It's not stuck
animals
under your
get.
car.
Surprisingly it's not because my car is very low. So I got out to check and yeah, it was good. Hold on, let me yeah, this is my this video shows it all. Was it this one? Yeah, it's this one. This is off topic chat. Which chat is this? What are we in right now?
Yeah, off topic chat.
Copy,
Yeah.
copy. All right.
Oh yeah, I see the poof of dust.
Just yeah, there was nothing left, bro. Just straight up dust, and then you see the deer get off on the left ramp.
Dang.
Yeah, bro, that's not gonna be a cheap
Did,
fix. That's what sucks.
so you pulled over afterwards, right?
Right away,
Like
yeah.
near where? Yeah, right away. Did you happen to walk back to check if there was an animal? You know, like what
It
you.
wasn't worth it, bro. There's no street
Yeah,
lights.
yeah,
There's
yeah.
no
Yeah,
and
hard to
I had
see.
like truckers. I had truckers like driving by, and just the other night
Too
we had
risky.
a trucker. He fell some big dude, really overweight dude, fell asleep behind one of those 18-wheelers, and he came into our lane closure and actually smashed up one of my coworkers' car.
Oh shit.
Yeah, she works for a company that assists the state troopers where if people are speeding in a work zone, they get like these tickets in the mail or something. So she's got her Jeep, and this is like a huge Jeep with like all these cameras set up and all this and all that. And she is as close as possible to the live lane, and she's in the closed off lane. And the crazy part is I was parked to her left. I always like we always have like this little parking pattern where we're kind of close to each other because I'm always out of the car anyway. But I was parked like a couple feet to her left, so I'm stuck between the barrier on my left side and her Jeep on my right side, and then there's the live traffic on her right side. And apparently this trucker came in. We ended the pour, we finished everything, and I was exhausted, bro. I remember I was like, I need some kind of energy drink. I need something to wake me up. At like 3, 4 in the morning. So I went to the gas station. I was picking up a Celsius, and not even 2 minutes, bro. When I tell you, like, I finished the pour, and I didn't want to wait. I got in the car, I left. 2 minutes later, I get a phone call from the foreman, and he goes, "There was an accident. Jamie's car got hit. A trucker fell asleep." I'm like, "What? What?" He goes, "Don't worry, she's okay, but her car is completely totaled." I was like, "No way!" So I drove back right away, and her car basically what happened is the trucker fell asleep, but it wasn't the front of his truck that hit her. It was the rear end of the trailer. So he fell asleep and he started to kind of like swerve into the lane. So by the time he like passed her, his tail end started swinging in. And dude, if you saw her car, I have pictures too, but I don't feel like going back right now. But yeah, her rim looked like it got chewed up by magma. Her tire got thrown off the rim like nothing. Like her whole
Damn.
side was screwed up. I mean, she got lucky she didn't get rear-ended. It was just more of like a impact on the right side. But anyway, moral of the story is her car got thrown to the same spot my car was parked before I left.
Oh my
So
God.
I mean, nobody would have been hurt, I don't think, but it just would have been a chaos of, insurance and fixing. I probably would have had my, Teslas take forever to repair for some freaking reason. If they go in the shops, like you don't have it for at least like 2, 3 months, you know. So, so yeah, it was just crazy. But I didn't really get too lucky tonight, I guess.
Yeah. Well, it could have been a hell of a lot worse. So thankfully it
Yeah,
was, if it
yeah.
had to happen, it happened in a good way. It,
I
you know,
guess, yeah, essentially,
at
you're
least you didn't spin out and then like total your car or something, that
right.
would have been
No,
terrible.
I mean,
Yeah.
thankfully, the recording you saw, I was already like close to a standstill. Like I started braking real quick, like real
Yeah,
quick.
you did. You knocked a fair bit of speed off before you hit it, so that was good.
Yeah, and I even like swerved a little bit, not too much. I don't want to lose control, obviously, over it.
I don't think, like, looking at that footage, there's nothing that you could have done differently because the momentum of your car, like, slamming the brakes on, you still would have hit it. Like, not changing your speed or direction would have hit it. Like, swerving hard would have been possibly
Not
worse
not
case,
a
like a
not a
worse
good case
outcome.
scenario for sure.
Yeah,
I've done that before
yeah,
to avoid hitting deer, and it didn't work out too
yeah,
well.
dude. It's
And
not
that's
worth
not
like riding your car off or hurting
nah.
yourself or something.
No,
It's
definitely not. And I
it's
couldn't
just
go
a
in the
shame,
left
man.
lane because the deer was running that way.
Yeah,
But I
yeah.
played it in slow mo. Like I played it shot by shot. The little
Mm.
little sucker actually turned around. Like he paused and then turned around to run backwards.
Yeah,
And
he did. He
that's
ditched. He was like, "Oh, I better get out
if
of
he
the
would have
way. There's
stayed
a
in
car."
place, if he would have stayed in place or even just continued following the deer, I would have missed him completely with my swerve. Because
Yeah, he should have
where the
committed.
damage is, yeah, he should have committed. Not do like some of us traders out here,
Yeah,
flip
he
flop.
should have. He shouldn't have been shook out. Yeah, he stopped out of a good trade.
No, seriously.
Oh,
Oh,
dear.
speaking of that, I'm gonna make some coffee real quick and I'll be right back. I'm gonna try to
All right.
get a reading on what this market wants to do before I throw some more money in. All right, be right back.
Mm.
XRP dominance ripping, man.
Yes, sir.
Might be time to get this party started, huh?
Yep, the blue minute. I'm looking for 238.51 and then 238.60 60 at least, and then that'll put us over some resistance before the angular overhead, and that could pave our way from 240 to 248.
Man, the target on this breakout of this this flag here, or whatever you want to call it, bull pennant, bull flag.
275.
Oh no, much higher.
Well, yeah, but the
Locally,
local, yeah, 4 hour, but yeah, up there is like around $4, 367, and then 449, and then 495.
I'm looking at like anywhere between $8 and $11. It
Yeah,
ain't
it takes
gonna happen
over.
overnight.
No, it has to break over 572.
Yeah, this is a very structurally sound chart, though. Very responsive,
Certainly
very
is.
impulsive.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's done the groundwork, so if this holds, and it is the time that it will do it.
Yeah, and historically, it's responded pretty well to traditional technicals. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's, you know, there was a lot of noise when it kind of corrected off of its 380 or whatever the actual number was. I don't remember. But if you zoom out, you've just been
Mm-hmm.
consolidating at all-time highs. You know, it's kind of astonishing the strength that it's shown,
Mm-hmm.
especially relatively to the rest of the altcoin market, because everything else got hit, you know, a lot harder.
Well, it did. Much of it's consolidating before January, you know, up through December. So it was that that November, December, and then that takeoff there that paved the way for this next one, because we're coming off of the downturn from that breakout, almost to the minute. It's rather beautiful.
It's just fascinating. You look at the monthly candle closes and opens. You had some monthly closes from July 2021, and you spent 8 months consolidating above those closes.
Mm-hmm.
Very clean technicals, very clean.
It's beautiful, stunning. Mm-hmm.
Good morning.
Good
We
morning.
got the big beautiful chart.
Big beautiful charts.
There you go.
I'm sorry, Clive. You know, I
No,
have
no, 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 no.
I have to.
It's all good.
I have a passion. It's okay. You know, whatever you do,
I do
I'll
too.
do me.
I want money. I want money. I was doing a calculation.
You can't
Okay.
get money if you don't know how to pave the way
Uh,
for it. I don't know.
I we didn't have charts back. We had charts, but boy, did they take months to build.
Okay, so when I tell you I've taken years to build mine, you don't agree?
I'm not arguing with you. Jenny. I'm not arguing with you.
Okay, I'm not here to argue with you either, but
Right.
you tend to give me little.
I was just making a pun there. It was just a
Okay.
simple pun.
All right. Well,
Trump and his big beautiful bill. You have your big beautiful chart, which is cool. So I did a
it's
calculation
more
the
than
other day.
cool. But anyway, thank you.
Threw this out. Go ahead.
No, I'm done.
So if you always sell at 1% profit, which I have with Nvidia, every time I make 1% on the trade, it takes 170 trades to double your money. That's a lot of trading. That's a lot of trading. And Nvidia's at all-time high. It will be the biggest company in history. It's 1% away. Adjusted for inflation. That's pretty strong. How's the weather out, everybody?
Beautiful.
Cool. See anything moving in pre-market?
Yeah, there's some movers.
Okay. I bought a bunch of Amazon yesterday.
Nice.
What do you guys think? We invalidate this 3-day down?
Oh, on BTC? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we got to get out of here at some point, man. They've been drilling out open interest. You know, if you're looking at open interest on futures exchanges, we've been going down in open interest at, you know, the breakout point of all-time highs. So I think that's a good sign. Something I've been looking at for a few days.
Think
They've
it's
been
because
chopping.
the market is doing so well, Legacy?
I think it's just, well, yeah, absolutely. It's definitely market-wide. You know, it all holds hands. The market has been doing great, and so has Bitcoin.
Yeah.
I think it's more due to macroeconomics than anything else. I think we all know that. You know, just with the way that the dollar's debased every day. You know, all this stuff is denominated in dollars. So
Okay, so which currency is up? If dollar is down, which currency is up?
dollar is doing the best out of any, being down 99% since the inception of the Federal Reserve, but it's still the best.
Down 99%?
Since the start of the Federal Reserve, the buying power of the dollar is down 99%. That's correct.
I'd like to see an article on that. Could you reference it? Or
Yeah, if I get a minute, I'll share something.
Okay. There's some wild stuff out there that people post that it's insane. You mean that the buying power? Let's see. How long has it been the Fed? Hold on a second. Let's fact
Early
check this.
1900s.
Hold on. I don't know if that's even true. Let me mute while I look up fact check.
Yo, look at these candles though.
Crazy, crazy.
Those are semi-higher candles, dude. I think on ETH and Bitcoin right there.
Yep. And XRP.
XRP just chill. It didn't have that little flush that we just had on Bitcoin and ETH. XRP was grinding.
Yeah, if you peek at XRP dominance, I think it's kind of telling the story here. It could get really violent, man.
Yo, but you know what's scary though about XRP? This move on if XRP does have it, it usually means there's gonna be a market-wide correction in the past, right? Usually when XRP has its moment, that's when the market is getting ready to pull back, typically.
I don't know if there's any consistency with that, but I would always expect pullbacks. That's just something that I kind of, you know what I mean? There's always going to be pullbacks. There's going to be markups and markdowns.
Yeah, no, but like it's almost like XR because XRP just kind of chills and waits like it has, and then it'll have a final like almost like explosive push, and that's usually like an exhaustive push for a market-wide correction.
Yeah, it's hard for me to imagine a market-wide correction right now, to be honest with you, with the way these charts look.
No, if you think about it, right? So S&P broke all-time high. It has yet to retest its breakout. It's left like significant gaps, like from its previous all-time high. It's almost like it's waiting. You typically, you break an all-time high, you come back and retest it. It has not done that retest, and it just keeps grinding higher.
There's probably people that are saying that from the 80s, man.
No, that's
You know what I mean?
totally different, brother. I mean, I bought at 74, and I'm in position, but
Morning,
that's
Tim.
totally different. An all-time high break. Usually, you come back and test it, correct?
You do a lot, yeah. I
Yeah,
don't disagree
take
with you.
take a look.
I think
Take a
there's a
look at
good
the
chance.
SPY.
Good
It
morning,
hasn't
party
tested.
people.
Morning, bro.
Good morning. Yeah, I think for me, it's more based on like where we are in terms of the debt cycle more than anything, because there's in different environments, different things are more likely. You know what I mean? That's kind of where I'm at with it. So I don't expect like pullbacks are normal. We all know that. Like I said, markups and markdowns, these are typical events that happen on a daily basis. You're gonna have pullbacks and you're gonna have rallies. But in terms of where we
Yeah, the
are right
overall
now in the debt
trend
cycle.
is up for sure, 100%. But like, how far a pullback do you see, like a potential pullback on Bitcoin being?
I think we got it already. I think we're past the markdown. Now we're at range highs. I think it's time to take out liquidity above us.
But do you see an explosive takeout, or is it just going to be that kind of trickle up, tap it, and then reverse down?
It's a good question, brother. I think you could see both, to be honest. I think you could see it. I mean, they've been loving the swing fail, these market makers. So you go take out those wicks to the upside and then flush. That would be very typical. But then you could, if there's enough liquidity there to go ahead and make the people that are short pay the bill, you could run up to 118, 120. I mean, I think we got to get moving here only because the clock is ticking for this debt cycle and we're kind of rearing the head here. We've been correcting for 8 months, or not, I'm sorry, not 8 months, since March. So whatever that's been, 5 or 6 months, we've been trading sideways to down. So at some point there's going to be a trend shift, and I think it's probably going to catch a lot of people off guard. It normally does. But yeah, it's been a grind, man. We've been grinding down to sideways for 5, 6 months. Not on Bitcoin, but on alts specifically.
I mean,
But this is
alts can move like pretty quick. Like they can move like in 2 days. That's why they're just pinning alts until everything else is ready.
Yep. Yeah, and this is all typical too from a cyclical standpoint for Bitcoin. It's always the market leader, and Bitcoin is, how many multiples off the floor now. I think that by the end of the cycle, you'll see that 80 to 90% of the things that do survive will outperform Bitcoin by many, many percentages. So if Bitcoin's already, you know, let's say Bitcoin ends its run at a buck 50, and that's 260% or whatever that is of a run. These other things will outperform that, to new highs. They always do. You know what I mean? Ethereum always outperforms Bitcoin, and all the alts underneath always outperform Bitcoin. So I think that's going to be the most shocking thing for people to see, because we haven't seen that in so long, man. It's been such a stale market for anything outside of, you know, the top percentages of these markets, the big boys. It's going to be
Okay. So an update quick. You are correct. It's 96%. Okay. But here's an interesting factoid. The dollar is the second strongest currency in the world in the last 100 years, which is really weird. And you know who number one is? Swiss franc.
Yeah, it makes sense.
But it's weird that, okay, yeah, it's lost 96% of its value, but it's second best. That is really weird. I can't wrap my head around that. Very strange. And that also happened. It's been 111 years. Fed has been around. Keep in mind that collapse in the 20s and the 30s were insane. But how are we the second when we're devalued 96% if you compare every other currency versus us?
I'm sure there's
Yo,
an answer.
alts are
Yeah, I'm
getting
gonna
hit by-
have to ask the professor on that one. It doesn't yeah, every other currency's down even further, other than the Swiss franc, which is up 425% in 100 years. Weird. If someone has an explanation for that, please let me know.
I think there's going to be a lot of fishing for explanations for the way that XRP does the thing here. This chart, man, it's pretty unbelievable.
I got you.
Dude, Doge just made a higher high. Like alts are pushing hard right now.
Now,
Yeah,
when you guys say alt, you exclude the meme coins, right?
Just anything that's alternative to Bitcoin, essentially.
Right. The top 3 or 4 or 5, et cetera, out of the 40,000.
I mean, it depends on what the conversation is for me, but I just include them all. The memes, you know, even the ones that are pretty disgusting in morality, they unfortunately included as well.
Okay.
It's just like penny stocks, though, Clyde. We've talked about this. You know what I mean? There's plenty of penny stocks that have no they have no place in the market at all. They have no use and no real fundamental value.
Totally agree. But that's why I use the S&P. I use the 500, the S&P 500. And there's almost, I don't know if there's as many. There's no way there's as many stocks as there are cryptocurrencies by far. There's 2,000 crypto markets. There's only 19 stock exchanges.
I'm not sure, but you know they have indexes now for these cryptos, right? Like they have the coin market cap 100 or whatever. There's a few of them now.
Yeah.
And they don't include any of the garbage like you're asking. They would only be the top percentage.
Yeah, I agree. I'm basically like the S&P, the top 100, the Nifty 50, et cetera, et cetera. My portfolio is basically 50 stocks. But this is the second best month of the entire market. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, July is sneaky. It's really sneaky. You don't really hear a whole lot of people talking about it, but just looking at the numbers, July is usually a pretty impressive month for equities.
Second best. September number 1.
Yeah, and they just told us we were going to World War IX, and there was all these other fear narratives. It's typical, you know.
Yeah, I know.
They flush everybody out and get everybody to change their diaper and walk away, and then they do what they do.
To do anything. Nobody forces anybody to do anything.
Oh, they definitely psychologically. I mean, not force in terms of against your own will, but they'll convince you to do things that that probably aren't in your best interest just through emotional and psychological manipulation.
I try that all the time. I'm trying to wreck the entire market. I want you all wrecked. I'm just joking.
No, I get it 100%. Everybody can't go, man. There's only so many seats, so it is what it is.
5% of us are successful.
Exactly.
Most fail in the first 4 years. Once you get to a decade, you're pretty seasoned.
Yeah, I'm coming up on a decade, man, which is absolutely insane to me.
That's cool.
Doesn't feel like it, Clive. I'm sure you can. It doesn't feel like it. It doesn't feel like it, man.
Our
There's still so
family
much to learn.
Our family has been in GE for 119 years, and we're still not in the profit.
The market's just always changing. There's no way for you to ever kind of set in your ways and get comfortable. It's always changing.
You can get comfortable. You can get comfortable.
You can get
As
you can
long
get rich. You can get rich.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
for
you can get rich. You can get rich. Most of your people in the let's see. I'm not reading. I'm remembering from a few years ago that almost 70% of all billionaires, or the top tier 1%, made their wealth through the stock market.
It's a fantastic tool. That's for sure.
Oh yeah. But it does require patience and research. Oh. Trump can toot his horn as much as he wants. We're at all-time highs. I think, despite him, I'm going to throw that out there.
Yeah, the market doesn't really need any narrative to do well. I think it's proven that for the last 100 years.
Oh yeah. Oldest company in the world, I believe, is going bankrupt though. 365 years.
Yeah, apparently you got Brad Garlinghouse speaking somewhere about something. That's what people are already kind of tying this price move to. But to me, this is a baked in thing into the chart. All of
And
these things that are hitting the news wires are old news. We've heard them a million times.
right. And he is. I'm sorry, my memory is just. I don't watch
It's the
individual
CEO.
segments.
It's the CEO of
Yep.
Ripple. It's the CEO of Ripple. So
Oh, I got
founder
you.
of XRP, essentially.
I got you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, I keep saying this almost every day. SEC has done nothing. I don't know. Is it because Trump is so in the news, etc.? Is it because of Gensler? Trying to work against what Gensler did, or pro Gensler? I don't know.
It's tough to say, but they definitely broke down some barriers over the last, since Gensler got out of there. They've definitely removed some blockades.
Mm-hmm. Don't know if that's the wise course. Gensler's attitude was, "Prove to me you're not. Prove to me you're legit, and then I'll believe you."
Yeah,
He
there was
wasn't.
some foul play and there was some fair regulation, but I think that
Sure.
what he'll be remembered for is the foul play rather than the
Right.
fair regulation.
I mean, he should have been the most pro crypto ever. I mean, for God's sake, he was a professor in it at MIT of all places.
Yeah, I think that's why a lot of people lost trust in him, is because of the conflictive things that he said that don't reflect
Mm-hmm.
his actions.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, he played his role in the whole machine, and
it was meant to be the way it was when he was around. So
Right. Oh, well, you guys, you're gonna lose me for 5 days.
Let you going on vacation or something?
No, I haven't taken a vacation in ever. Back to work. It's actually 2 days off.
Sounds
My
like you
wife
could have
got,
taken a
yeah,
vacation.
what would I do?
I don't know, whatever your heart desires, I guess.
I've been all over the world. I'm happy where I am. I enjoy what I do.
I mean, some people like to take, what is it, staycations? Those are always nice.
What is it?
It's a staycation where you basically use vacation
Oh,
time, but
right.
you
Yeah.
stay at home.
Oh, my wife on Monday. I'm off on Mondays and Tuesdays if nobody calls out. But she'll say every day at 5 o'clock, they didn't call you. They must be operating without you.
But yeah, man, good luck with work.
Yep.
Hey, BJ, are you still there by any chance? See, the crazy part is like as high as the charts look right now, for most of these alts, they're such good, like they're still considered good buying prices. I mean, from what I've seen, only trading a few months, but
Oh yeah, we're on the cusp of a new revolution in the next 2 to 3 decades. BJ, somebody was looking for you.
no, it's fine. I just wanted to say good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Thanks, Clyde.
Here's a factoid that blew my mind. The U.S. market equity is now bigger than every other market in the world combined. We're 63% of the entire world's market.
Is there her Lippy in here at the moment? No, I did not send a request. So it must be some scammer.
I got a fake one from Dbloc or the fake Dbloc.
Yeah, I think
Using
it's a
the
fake DJ now.
yeah. Well, I've been messing with new indicators, yeah. Um, and I found one called Algo Alpha R&B signals. Anybody familiar with that one?
Mm-mm.
It gives you like reversal and breakout signals. But I was wondering if anybody had any good indicator settings for it. I'm trying to tweak it. Change the indicator period and the volume strength period to 25 and the strong volume threshold to 2. It's a pretty interesting looking one. It saved me from jumping out of some trades, or the trade I'm currently in right now, because it gives you colored candles during the trends as well as uncolored candles. So you can actually see what the candles look like colored and uncolored to see like how the strength of them varies. I don't know, it's pretty cool.
Man, these prices are just flying.
Quick update on XRP. We're nearing 240. We're at
Ooh, hello.
239.54. We've broken over our resistance overhead. We just have a little bit of angular resistance left. So targets between 240.51 and 243.13 at the moment.
We got a little kick in the pants on BTC right here.
Mhm.
Gonna take out that upper liquidity. That's good.
Yeah, we need to cruise over 109 545 and then stabilize above that level. So crossing 109.7 11. That's what I'd like to see for continuation.
Yo, ETH is going. Everything's just going straight up right now. It's crazy.
Yes, sir. I was gonna get up for coffee and like a breakfast bar, but now I don't want to even get up.
You guys think the U.S. session will keep it going, or?
You know, I was
Remember,
saying
we have
earlier.
Fed minutes at 2 p.m. and our 4-hour time frame on BTC is the one that we have to watch because of the positioning of where its 50 EMA is and so on, and where the daily open is. So we can get a nice rise here this morning, but then watch for a rollover after. So because we're on an angular turn, that's what makes that likely. But you just have to kind of wait. But that would be the driver for some volatility around 2 p.m. this afternoon.
Okay, yeah, kind of like a temporary.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, BJ, what was that number you said we had to get above 109.5?
109.545, and then 109,711. So my next target after 711 would be 109,9 109,977, and beyond that is 110.3. After 110.3, we'll reassess.
Nice. Yeah, I jumped in along at 108,850. So we're doing good right now.
That was a good spot. Anything under 108.8 and just around that little small consolidation area this morning would have been a fairly decent entry for this push.
Yeah. I'm not mad.
Just have to see if we can continue with a rise in volume. All right, I'll be back.
All right, BJ.
See you.
Yo, BJ, you still around?
She said she'd be right back.
All right. What was her target? She was looking at 109, 500 range, around that area?
Yeah, around there.
All right. Yeah, I'm looking at that also.
545 or something like that.
Yeah, just to take all that liquidity that's stuck up there, and then, yeah, that looks like a good range.
Yes, sir.
Get these longs ready to be liquidated.
Are you bearish, sir?
Nah, I'm very bullish, but I'm very honest with myself when it comes to the ranges, because
Hey,
like
man,
I'm just accumulating.
I like making money on both sides. Okay, money's money.
Exactly. You call it what it is, man. Like,
I hodled for the longest time, and I got pissed that it would always go back to just a little bit. It would go down. So the whole
yeah.
hodling doesn't make any sense because it retraces unless you take it or unless you convert it to tether
Yeah,
or
but
some
what I do
dividend.
is I
Not
always take
financial
initial.
advice. Not financial advice.
I
Big
take my
buys.
initials and I just let it roll. And if it changes
buys,
trend, I take profit. Yeah, there's some big buys coming in.
We got huge buys coming in, guys. We're about to break $110,000. You guys ready?
Ooh, let's go, baby.
That's your signal to short.
Good luck.
Well,
You
I've been
dirty
trying to
bears,
get some
you
new signals.
dirty bears have been trying to short this forever. All you can get is little scraps off the table.
I'm long right now, man.
Yeah, I'm still on my longs, but I raised my stop losses in the bottom of this candle. So if it changes trend, I'll take what I gain.
I lowered my margin and lowered leverage, so I'm Jason Caspering it right now. No stop loss. But
You're
but
just
my
moving your leverage.
no. Well, I mean, can I do that during a trade?
Yeah, of course. That's how a lot of pros and Binance. That's how, like, so I'm on cross, right? So when you, for example, you start your trade on 3x, really big margin, right? Let's say you put like 50K or 100K, and then you put it, let's say, on 5x, right? Once you double up, instead of taking profit, what you do is you just move the leverage up to 20x. And what
Do I
happens
have
is
to?
half.
But do I have to be in cross?
Yeah, you have to be in cross. That's the only way to do it.
Man, I'm an isolated. I'm an isolated
Yeah, yeah.
dumbass with that. Yeah. No,
Only do it with only do it with
I've done
Bitcoin
something
or
like that before in
yeah.
cross.
So,
But
so
no,
that's
I
how I
thought
take
I
my
could do
profit.
it in isolated.
Oh, no, so that's what I do. So like I take profit every time it doubles up. When it corrects, I slide the I slide the leverage back down so it masses up on margin again, and whatever profits I have, I slam it back in. And just do this same thing over and over again until you get like 100 up to like 50. I'm at 110x right now.
Wow. What's up,
Yeah.
fellas?
Hey, what up, buddy?
Just driving back home from dinner. I went out and I closed my XRP long, like at
240.
Yeah, and then it exploded and went up. Very frustrating, but what are you gonna
You
do?
shouldn't have taken everything out. You should have left like 30% in,
I
man.
know,
Yeah.
I know. I know. Terrible.
Oh, hey,
Terrible.
market's just opening, man.
Hey man, we'll tell you what. Like, I'm grateful that it was profitable anyway. Like, that's cool. I should be happy with that. That's fine.
Yeah.
It wasn't a
For
stop
sure.
out. It wasn't a loss. It was some kind of profit, but it could have been like 4 times better. But oh well, that's all right.
Push-ups.
Yeah, live and you learn. Yeah, add 'em to the queue, man.
Oh, morning push-ups are rough.
Yeah, I'm driving right now, so I can't really do them.
I want to get coffee, but I don't want to leave the computer.
Nah, you're not
Yeah,
gonna miss much, bro.
yeah, I've
And
got a
then the
backlog of push-ups to do, to be honest.
No,
I've got like
I've been looking at some of the big cap memes. They've been moving pretty decent lately. Like you got Bonk, but Bonk's under correction right now, and then now it's like
Doge.
it's sort of like moving. Yeah, it's Doge did really good today.
I want
Doge
them
did
to
really
collapse so that I can get in again.
Yeah, you know what's not doing, what hasn't been doing good is Farcoin. Farcoin's been taking a
Oh,
beat.
it took a
No,
fall.
because
Yeah.
it just came from 1.3, man. So like it's just
Yeah,
It's
breathing right now.
recovering. Yeah.
It
it
had a good
sharded
run.
itself.
It's got to steam off a little bit. Ran so hard before.
See, that's what
Yeah,
I'm
it went
concerned about because like
It
my
out
coin,
of gas.
my
from
pick me coin,
74K. Yeah.
I feel like it's doing exactly what Bonk did and Farcoin. Like I feel like Mog right now is doing exactly that, and that's why I don't want to. I'm terrified to put the bag in because I feel like that it's just gonna follow the same, correction,
So
and I don't
look
I
at
don't want to miss
look
out.
at it this way. If you look at the coins, like if you look at the meme coins that did at least 5 to 6x from that 74K drop, those are the ones that are gonna take the longest time to get back up. Like Mudang's having a hard time right now. Fartcoin's having a hard time. So right now, all the money is now in SPX. The others that weren't able to grow as fast as these, like SPX is now gonna start resting. So you got some next tier. So you got Popcat and the others. You should be looking at those also. But like for Fartcoin's doing okay. It's just going sideways right now. I mean, it's doing
Then Pepe
range.
should be one of them too, right? I don't think Pepe took
Oh yeah,
its.
for sure, for sure. Pepe is a given, man. I mean, like if you look at ETH, there's only Pepe and Mog, right? So
Yeah,
yeah.
that's a good point.
So I mean, at the end of the day, like Drew told us, right? Just look at the volume of these meme coins. If the volume is above 200 or 500 million dollars a day, those are the coins you should be watching. Like you should have it on a multi chart, man. Because when they pop, they pop.
Yeah, and a lot of times you get the heads up too. Like there's a lot that they'll actually get the volume before they get the proper price action, and that price
Yeah.
action will kick in a little bit later.
Yep. You'll feel it. You'll feel it. Like you'll feel the spot buys just like racking up, and it's just crawling, and then it reaches this point where it can't contain itself, and just like pop goes up really strong.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get the hang of it.
Yeah, Mudang's doing. Oh, Mudang's about to make another high, local high.
Is it? I was just looking at it before, like an hour ago.
Yep. Check it out now. I was waiting for it to consult.
Dude, I
Got in
can't
at
believe
7.
XRP. I can't believe XRP went to $2.40. That's
Yeah, dude.
wild, man.
But
That's
I
so
think you took
frustrating.
profit at the right. I think you took profit at the right place. Did you take profit at 240?
No.
Oh man.
I'll explain it when I get home, but yeah, it
All
just
right.
I don't know, man. I had spent all week round tripping things, so I'm like, this time I'm gonna take profit. And the time that I choose to take profit, it goes up.
You know how I've been taking profit the past 3 days? My stop
Half
loss.
half.
My stop loss.
Yeah.
Yeah, my stop
Oh
loss.
well, yeah. That's what
bro.
took me out. Yeah, it was my trailing tech profit hit. So,
No, I don't
but
want to
I,
do trailing
but
anymore, man. I want to be in control.
yeah,
So
yeah.
it keeps getting
But I
late.
really need
This
to. I really need to do that 50-50 approach where I take 50 out and then let the other 50 ride.
just do that. Like that's exactly what I do.
Yeah.
As soon as I hit 100%, I take half out, take my initials out, let it ride.
Yeah.
Because what that
Seems to be a good
does
way
is,
to go.
yeah, and now you have another 50%. Now you can scout
Yeah.
for another entry. Yeah.
Because that's the what if money. Because it's like, what if it just rockets, man? It's like, well, you want to have a horse in the race for that.
Yeah.
You want to have a pony.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's for your spot, right? That's where you got to have confidence on your spot. I mean, at the end of the day, the 50 out is really for you to get into another coin that's about to come out. Like right now, I'm looking at Fartcoin. It wants to do a
And
local high.
also to take advantage of a high, because if that is the high, like, and it round trips all the way back down to where you got in at, it's like, oh, hey, well, at least I got half out in the nice price, like in the nice profit. And then you can just stop the rest out, or, put it into like just above your break even, like, like just by a little bit.
For sure. Like for example, my Fartcoin and Mudang, I'm up like 200% on both. Got 50% out. So that I have my initials plus 100%. And then all I have is half the You know what I mean?
See, yes. See, this kind of content, I feel like this is like strategy. Like, there
Yeah.
needs to be way
And,
more of that on
it's
YouTube.
also
Like,
it
there's
also
people,
prevents you from thinking. It's the
yeah.
kind of rules that helps you prevent from thinking. When you think too much, you're gonna convince yourself it's
Mm,
still gonna go up. You know?
yeah.
That's how we're
I just
wired,
think,
right? We're gonna tell each other, oh,
yeah.
it's gonna go higher. It's gonna go to this price.
I think
That's what
there's
we
an
gotta stop.
oversaturation. There's like YouTube is saturated with technical analysis, like people speculating where it's gonna go. And like, okay, that's cool. It's still all right, but there's not enough people that talk about how to take advantage of, like, why would you use cross? Like, what are the strategies that you use versus isolated, or stuff like that. Just yeah, strategy. I feel is a
Yep.
lot more worth your time looking into
Yeah, there's a
strategy
lot of
rather
things
than
that go in
yeah,
choosing cross and isolated. Like choosing the
yeah,
right uh, exchange also is important when you're choosing cross.
Yeah,
Because like for
Ghost,
example,
yeah,
MXC. Yeah. Go ahead.
yeah.
no, I was saying you were in the middle of explaining what big players do, and then you weren't able to finish what your thought was on the cross thing.
Oh, okay, so it's also important when you're in cross is you choose the right exchange. Like for example, in Mexi, when you choose cross, your PNL doesn't go back to your available bag.
Yep.
So
No, but you were saying
so
something
Mexi
about
is really
changing
for
it.
scalping, right? So like in Binance, what's good about cross is one, when you're using cross, please do not use cross on small caps. Especially for those new in chat, do not use cross leverage on small caps. Why? Because when you're playing cross and you have basically you're allowed to have a bigger SL because you want to be able to keep your position, right? And you might decimate your bag that way. I've seen way too many bags, irresponsible bags, go in small caps, and it goes a couple percent, but since it's over leveraged, it kills their bag, and they aren't able to trade any other coins. But the advantage of cross, like for example, if you're in Bybit or the other smaller fee exchanges, is that once you hit 100%, you have 100% of what you just put in as an available bag already. And then every time you go up 100%, you just keep moving that leverage times 2. So like, for example, I told you about BTC, right? At 70, I went at the retest around 76, 78. So at 76, I started out with like about 10x. As soon as I felt comfortable, like I just let it go up like 30, 40%. As soon as I was like 40, 50% in profit, I went to 20x right away. As soon as I was in 100x, I went 40x. Sorry, as soon as I made 100%, I went 40x. And every time I would double up, I just keep moving the margin. And when there would be a big correction, your entry would still be at 76, right? And you have a major correction. You just take your profit and you just load it up again. So you're still way below the bottom of the next price point that it's correcting from, and you're just raising your average by a minimum. But what you're doing is you're expanding your bag and allowing yourself to trade other coins because everything's correcting also. There's actually a strategy. I'll try to look for the PDF where you can take how it would look like to take $100 to $10,000 in a week, especially like in the in the bull market that we had last year. Like that's what I like. I did that strategy a lot. Every bottom that we had on that 6-month bull flag, BTC had that huge range before we went to 100K. Yeah, that's where I made my bag.
I mean, if you kind of feel like you're in a bull market and on a bull market, any strategy is going to work.
Actually, to be honest. Yeah, but don't over leverage. If for anyone who's still new, and you're new at this price, I suggest what you should do is learn to accumulate. That's one of the skills I wish I learned earlier. Just accumulate as much of the token as possible, so you're ready for the hit when we're ready to go up to the new range.
Yeah, I think the biggest mistake everyone makes, and after here, I've been here for years. I've watched people come, I've watched people go. And the
Over
biggest
leverage, man.
reason, over leverage, man. They could have been
Over
in
leverage.
so many
That's where
trades that
they.
turned out good. And it was just, they just got greedy and over leveraged it, and they didn't have that cushion. It's like nobody plays with cushions anymore. They're like, oh, I'll get out if it drops a little bit further than here. It's like, man, don't even go there, man. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's the market is way too volatile right now to be over leveraging.
Like Drew, if you were a beginner and I told you, yo, if BTC moves 1%, you get 100% of your money. Of course, you're gonna be all like, wow, right? Now let's see if you can perfect that every day, right? And how many times you're gonna make that mistake where it does negative 100%, and that's your entire bag right away.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I just stick it old school. Even if I get wrecked and my portfolio's down, let's say I'm down to like a few $1,000s, doesn't matter, man. I'm gonna stick to spot and just grind it out, you know. And it takes time,
Because
but
it's
it's just old
unrealized.
school. Yeah,
Yeah, you
and
got
it's
the
the old
beauty of
school.
unrealized.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's the old school technique. Old school technique usually works. When you keep it simple, it's just like you're trading. You want to buy low and sell high, and that's it. And when you're patient, you can wait weeks in positions, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, even a month. You find ways to get out of your positions. Like you'll be like, oh man, this dip. You'll borrow some money off a friend if you need to, and you'll buy that dip to get out of it. You know, and it's like it's much easier than going on leverage. You know, it's crazy. Much less stress,
Yeah.
man. I'm telling you, you guys are gonna have much less gray hairs. Just try to, in my opinion, just pretend it's a drug, man. You guys got to get off it. You guys got to start leaning off that drug, man. Just every day, maybe wake up and be like, all right, today, instead of doing 50x, I'm gonna do 49x, and so on and so on. And maybe one day you can reach that level where you're like, I'm waking up today instead of doing 3x, I'm only gonna do 2x. And once you get to 2x and you're satisfied with 2x, I think you're at a point where you're good to go. But until you can get satisfied with a 2x play, you can't get satisfied with a 2x play.
Yeah, man.
You're just going to be chasing things that you can't catch.
I learned how to trade using 2 to 3x. That's it. That's how I started. That's it. Be satisfied like with going with long trades, looking at longer time frames, using the 4 hour instead of the 15 minute. You know.
I mean, think about how satisfying it is if you have 1 million Dogecoin, right? And that's like right now 170K, right? 174K. So if you have 174K in that play, you get the excitement, even though you're not leveraged, because every cent you're going $10,000 up or down, you know? So you get some excitement in it. You don't need that leverage, but you need the money. But to get to money, you got to be patient and go through the boring bullshit and sit there waiting while everyone says, I just made 300x, I just made 400x. And you got to sit there and grind and take profits with your little 2% every day and go to sleep nice and just look for little 2%ers, 3%ers until you build and build and build, and you build like a character in your trading that you're like, you know what? I don't need to borrow money. I got my own money. You guys can do it. I'm telling you, man. Get off that drug, man. I'm going to start a Leverage Anonymous on a side channel here. I'm going to ask Dbloc if we could make a separate little chat that says
The
yeah,
FOMO
Leverage
intervention club.
Anonymous.
What if we love the drug?
That's what I'm saying. Well, whoever wants to, if you guys love it and you're satisfied, stay, you know, do your thing. But if you guys feel like you're gambleholics and you know, we're going to go down that channel. We're going to try to get you off of that leverage. We're going to give you some other kind of treatments.
BJ, you never used to do that drug, and you took one line of it, and you haven't stopped since.
Yeah.
No, but I
Haven't stopped since.
I have not, but I
Extended.
also am very good about keeping my
So that's when you
wits
should be jumping
about
into your
me.
spots and stuff again. I
I
don't know, BJ.
do. Yeah, I do. But this was a good opportunity to be in leverage right here. So there are times when you should be, when you can be in leverage, and times when you shouldn't be.
People get comfortable in leveraging in the beginning of the bull markets, and they get absolutely destroyed by the top of it. So I just
Yeah.
hope people don't get too comfortable, because they're going to be part of the targets.
Mm-hmm.
Say there's times I'm
crew
tired.
instead
That's
of the
all.
crew that's actually riding it.
But that could also be saying, you know, it could be the same thing. I'll make an analogy. It's like, man, I'm sometimes tired, so sometimes cocaine could be good for me.
No, I don't agree
That's how I
with
look
any,
at it.
but
That's
I
how I look at it.
agree.
More like
I agree with,
brocane.
yeah.
Well, think about it. If you're saying sometimes leverage is good for you, that there's times in the market where something your weight is not enough. So it's the same thing. It's like when you can't stay up long enough, you don't have enough of that energy. You're trying to supplement it with something unnatural that's not yours. It's not coming from your body. You didn't produce it. You didn't work for it.
Throw in
And
extra
it's going to make you work
serotonin in
harder
there.
for it. It's
Yeah,
the same thing. It's just a different analogy.
I'd
It's like
kill it.
cocaine.
Drug, absolutely. And once
Well,
you
Your
you could
hit
body.
that
you could
drug and you had a good
basically you
day
could
on
say
it,
that trading in general is a gambling.
Yeah, it is totally.
Or,
Spot
right,
trading. I wake up and I gamble every day. I know it, and that's what's made me
right.
win because I know it's gambling.
So there's some, I guess my point was there are some times in the market, there's some trades that you're very, very, very confident in. For me, there are trades that I'm very confident in, and I can go 300x, no problem. But you have to
BK, I've
know when
seen a
to get
couple
in
of
and when
those
to
fall
get out.
through though. I've seen a couple of those ones where we're really confident fall through, and that's where they could have got really dangerous. Instead of just sitting in a spot being negative, you can get
Yeah.
liquidated by a lot.
Oh, I agree. That's why you only have a percentage. You only do a little tiny, a little bit.
It's like the person that does a bump at a party.
Exactly. Is all they do is they start with a little bit, and then by the end of that party, they're the biggest mess.
No, not everyone.
I agree with Joe.
If you're doing that, then you're doing leverage in secret. You know what I mean? And you're not telling anybody. That's
Or
like
you're
if
the
you
person that
can
thinks it's
go and you're
cool to
like, you
do
know
it.
what?
So it's
Well, yeah. Well, there's a person that's like, oh, hey guys, I got so much of it. Yeah, but you have the one like, hey, would you like a? Yeah, sure, why not? Boom, and then that's it. Then you get people that are like humping your leg. Hey, man, come on, just another one, just another one. But in and
what are they
out
going to
guys
do
as
at the
well
next
do it
party?
because
They're all going to come back to you at
it's
the next party.
all dopamine.
That's the
All of it.
problem.
Like,
The improper release of
yeah.
dopamine and serotonin at certain times.
But once you
And
learn how to regulate yourself, then all you have to do through that is just basically be responsible.
Great spot.
And it's just playing with money that's not yours. Why do it? Play with your own money. Even if it's not a lot, it's yours.
But good luck to everybody who is doing spot and trading spot and winging it, but just be careful. That's all I ever say. It's like going out to get a beer. Do you need to go out to get one beer? Do you need to go out and get like 5 double shot drink mixes? That's kind of like what it is. Sit down there and try and drink them at one time when somebody's trying to have
Well,
one beer with you.
as well as if you're drinking and then you're driving to go get more, that's kind of what it's like. You're drunk on hopium. Like, it's gonna make it. Oh, I did that 50x. I can go to 100 now. Oh, I can go to 150.
Yeah.
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 The human
It's
brain
always
is
that
hard
one,
to.
that one
The
last beer, that one last bump, that one last fix, and that's what's gonna get you wrecked when you least expect it.
All it
the
takes.
phone or the mouse, the computer mouse is in your hands, so it's like ultimately it's up to you. It's up to the person to decide if it's right for them or if they want to do it. So like, yeah, these are just opinions, of course. It's not advice. I don't think it's advice. You
Yeah, we
shouldn't take
don't
it as
give
advice.
financial advice on this
No,
channel.
no
No,
advice.
no financial advice.
It's more of a warning, like just respect the risk that you're partaking in. Yeah, if you don't respect it as
Respect it.
a powerful tool, because it's a powerful tool. It's like the way I kind of see leverage is it's like a gun. It's like, it has a purpose. It's a tool. It's
Yep.
extremely dangerous. It's very dangerous. But if used correctly and responsibly, it's useful, right? Like there is a use for it. It's
Same thing as
it has a
borrowing
place.
money for
It has its
your
place.
home or your car or taking out a loan.
Yeah.
You have to be
Yep.
responsible.
Yep.
There,
You just have to
there
take.
are
You have
some
to.
loans that are terrible to take, and then there are others that,
Mhm.
get you what you need for the
Yeah.
time.
Yep.
Yeah, but the
You can
loans
do
and the
futures.
finances you have that what's coming ahead. Things are pre-programmed and you know what you're doing. Like what's in front of you when you're taking those bad loans. And the problem with leverage, you don't know what's in front of you. You're like, hey, this looks like it's going to be a great deal, and Sometimes it turns out not to be a great deal. So there's still that aspect.
Mhm. Yeah, I guess life is full of risks, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all
Can't
risky.
avoid risk.
It's all risky.
Yeah. But it's like, yeah, it's just, I guess it comes down to your tolerance. Like, are you happy inviting more risk than most other people? Like, are you comfortable? Can you accommodate the risk?
In
And
my
how often
opinion,
do you want to expose yourself to it?
anybody here, I think anybody here, let's with a portfolio of 10,000 racing to get to 100,000, they're going to get to 100,000 quicker on spot than they get on leverage. And I want to, if anyone wants to test me on that, we can
That's probably
do some
very
tests.
true. No, I agree with that,
Mm,
Drew. There's nothing,
yeah.
there's nothing false in that statement.
And it is, yeah, because you know what? When you begin, like when you're a beginner, it's quite common to fall over a lot of times. Like, it takes a lot of nuance and like, to trade properly and to be good at it. You can't just pick it up like I mean, like hats off to the people that just picked it up naturally. Like good for you. But me, man, no, it didn't come easy. Yeah. And I'm still trying to develop. Like I know that I'm nowhere near as good as like a lot of people I've come across in these groups, but like I'm pretty humble about it. I'm honest. Like I'm not an amazing trader. I'm better at technical analysis than I am trading.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I
Trading's
am too.
different. Like,
Trading is
yeah.
different.
Yeah. They don't go hand in hand. Like, it's like a game, like a mental game, you know? Just like before, like how I was explaining, like, oh, I took profit on this because I wanted to do a trade where I took profit into strength rather than let it round trip, like a whole bunch of other trades that I did before, like yesterday. And then look what happened. Like I thought I was doing the right thing, being responsible, taking profit, and then yeah, it just so happened that this was the one where I shouldn't have done that, It just happens. You can't, you know.
But you still won your
You won't
trade.
know. Yeah, exactly. I'm happy about that. And look, I'm not in positions right now, so I've got the freedom to go look for one. That's the beauty of that. I'm not sitting there in drawdown or something.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't undone all the work because of stop outs. Like, yeah. So it is good. Yeah. I guess, yeah. Yeah, that is a good point. Like you just got to stay positive with what is working. Still have be conscious of like where you're maybe where you like
For
you need
next
to work on
time,
some things.
right?
Yeah. Yeah. You can always work on things and
But
optimize
you
and get
can't,
better.
you can't say I should have, would have, could have. You can say this is what I'll do next time to avoid
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Because, like I don't think you can develop as well if you don't consciously know what went wrong. Like if you don't know if you don't sort of say what you will do differently next time. Yeah, like you said, like yeah, you just keep repeating the same errors, the same mistakes. If you just move on without thinking about it.
We building a
So
flag on the
if you would write down
any
what
chance?
caused you to be shaken out at that time, and then
Yes.
go
Well,
back and review what were the technicals that you
yeah.
could look for next time so that you don't get shaken out.
Mm,
Well,
And then
it might not have been
maybe.
technical, is it? Like you said, it's just that PTSD he got from the
Yes,
previous
it
three
was
trades he was.
exactly. It was being coaxed into a pattern of behavior by the market. Maybe it's by design, I don't know. But
I
like
think
they
partly it
kind
is.
of they get you behaving in a pattern for a while, and then they do the thing that's different to that, because by the time you now like sort of uncover their pattern. You try to play that pattern, and then they change the game, and you're like, oh, so now it's doing the other thing, like, and you have to catch up. It's like, oh, well, okay, I'll switch to
It's
this strategy,
it's
like,
not
and it's
sen-
just,
it's not
yeah,
necessarily a they. What it is
no, it's not.
sometimes is the fact that the market lags a little bit, and
Yeah,
then there's a point in time when all of the things align, and it kind of had swelled from underneath, and then you get a burst of energy on a particular pole in alignment, and that you see that in the chart ahead of time. So a lot of times that's how we can feel like all of a sudden it's gonna be this one is gonna be the one that breaks to the downside after you've been you knew technically that you were gonna break over a certain point, but then, like you said, you'd been getting so used to having it go against you and round tripping, and you just say, oh, so you're getting exhausted from it. So,
yeah,
right? But the
yes,
point is that there is that time when it is going to pop, and
yeah, the breakout,
right.
exactly.
So sometimes you almost have to look and make sure that that isn't the grin and bear it time, because I kept hearing, well, we're going to have these patterns of days of up and days of down and all that kind of thing, which occurs, yes, but there are times when those patterns will break because of the movement that's been swelling, and we can bloom up and we can bloom down, and so anyway,
Yeah.
I
What I
guess
noticed. I'm sorry, I thought you were finished.
no, I thought it was too. Go
Oh,
ahead.
what I notice a lot of times with my trading. So if I'm trading, let's say just little scalps here and there, and I'm looking at the 5 minute, 10 minute, smaller time frames. And I agree, there's those repetitive. It's like somebody's actually forming these to get you to dance with them, and once you start dancing, you turn off the lights. And I feel that happens on the small time frames. And I think it is market makers. It is a part organic, but it's mostly, whoever's setting the range. Liquidity providers love to set the range and then shift out of it real quick. But the thing is, on the macros, they can't really do that. So
That's
the
right.
solution is, it's like just zoom out when in doubt. And that's basically, that trend's going to be your friend the more you zoom out. So, trading the little chops and like the little zigzags within, it's like, yeah, I think that's what they're meant to, that's what Bitcoin's meant to do. It's meant to just get you to dance with it and then bang. And then that happens with it's XRP as well. It's like, you'll see on the smaller time frames, you get those rhythms and then all of a sudden they're done. But those rhythms aren't existent in the larger time frames. So that's, I think, how you can kind of try to make sure you always snap out and just be like, all right, I know it's been doing this, but since this downtrend is still present and I'm in a long, let me just get out of this long real quick because this dance might be over soon.
So like the 3-day has been the one on Bitcoin that has been interesting for me the most. And what I've been watching is that 5 EMA on the 3-day. And that's proved to be rather convincing to help me stay in my long position. And that is very helpful to find that long time frame where it's not falling underneath that trend. And then when you see that cracking, that's where you need to know where the dividing line is between ascending lines and descending lines. I think are something more than just support and resistance, because ascending and descending can come from left, right, top, and bottom, almost in a circle. So that's why I think curves are extremely important to understand in your charting and trading, because it's where those curves meet our verticals and horizontals that get us in trouble. So the point I'm trying to make is that you need to really understand how ascending and descending lines interact with each other. And I think you'll find your trades go much better.
100%. Bitcoin is hanging out. It's getting comfy up here. There's a gap under us, though. It's not too big of a gap, but it's still looking comfy above 109,000 right now. And what's today, Wednesday? So did we get to do the 3-day yet? I guess today could be a midweek reversal.
Yeah.
Could be. But if it is even a midweek reversal, according to the laws set by Dbloc, we can still possibly go up because we had a lower low already, right?
Yeah, I'm seeing that we can go up to a breach to 10,000 or 110, up to the break for me would be between 110.3 and 110.436. If we can cross 110.436, there could possibly be a continuation. However, at 109,800, there's a possibility that we can start to roll over just because of the geometry. But so I'm keeping an eye on between the 5-minute and the 30-minute chart for direction. And then when we come up to around between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock, that 4-hour candle is going to make a decision. And we cannot be closing any 4-hour candle underneath our 108 or 109 100 now.
It looks like Bitcoin has a pretty strong angular support right now on the local, and if we touch it, that would be about 109,140, right below us. And that's also previous local resistance, so hopefully that might get a nice bounce.
Yep. 109.43. Yep, I agree, Drew. That's also a macro 50 MA line.
And I think things are going to get really interesting, especially with if we have a new party in the United States, the American Party. I think that's going to contribute to some of the economic moves we see these next few months in this half, because that's going to be a curveball, especially people think it has potential. It's definitely going to be a curveball. We see people jumping ship from MAGA right now. A lot of people, even Alex Jones, said he wanted to go home and puke when he heard that the Trump administration isn't putting out the Epstein list. We'll see, though. Things are going to get interesting for sure. Elon's already stated publicly that the American Party would definitely be crypto friendly. He said fiat is pretty much hopeless right now. He retweeted. He responded to somebody that was asking. He's like, can I use Bitcoin with the American Party or something like that? And that was Elon's response, that fiat is hopeless. So yes. So that was a lot of people. As soon as on that tweet, they're like, okay, well, I'm all in the American Party now. But of course, there's a lot of people joking and a lot of people trolling and stuff. But I think it's really going to catch momentum, and I think within 3 or 4 months, we're going to see that the American Party is actually going to be able to give the Democrats and Republicans some competition.
Well, it's possible, Drew. However, the historical run with third parties has
Yeah, it
not
never
been,
was. Yeah, it never was.
it's never been wonderful.
Definitely never.
The
Yeah,
toughest
never
thing,
was.
you
But
guys, is both
there's
of
been
those
some
parties
parties
have
that
turned
got
into
close.
fast. Sorry,
Okay.
Drew.
All right,
What
go
I'm
ahead.
trying to say is both of those parties have turned into fast food places. One's Burger King, one's McDonald's. But the problem is nobody wants to eat at fast food anymore. The problem is it's the only two options available. So if a better one comes out, like let's say what's the one that closes on Sundays that serves great chicken?
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A. So what if somebody comes out with a Chick-fil-A and everybody's done with McDonald's and Burger King and everybody's just simply going, all right, I'm down to go to Chick-fil-A every day. Trust the people. I love the menu.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not that simple because, like, what what BJ was saying is like, these things have been tried, and there's by design, the United States is kind of designed to run on a two-party system, and that's just kind of the way everything's set up
Kind of
here.
is. It kind of
Right.
is like ketchup and mustard.
Right. But the thing is, if like we saw with the Libertarian Party, when Ron Paul ran, he actually showed that there could be a possibility, like the Libertarian Party was catching a lot of momentum with Ron Paul. I don't know if you guys remember,
I
but the
do,
media
certainly.
was shutting it down so hard. They were scared of him. They were so scared because they saw the momentum it was picking up, and they shut it down. They labeled him crazy. They did this, they did that. We're going to see the same thing with Elon. And it's funny because Elon is a fan of Ron Paul and is a fan of his son too. I mean, Elon communicates with Rand Paul a lot. And I think Elon's going to be able to get that libertarian momentum. And if he gets a libertarian vote plus a little bit of Republican vote and a little bit of Democrat vote, he might be able to wiggle his way in there to at least have some kind of influence. Maybe not win, but still kind of throw that curveball that we need, to open up some doors and just the realities that the Americans need to know, especially about the deficit. Why do we do this reckless spending? Is it by design? Does somebody know something we don't? Or they're like, oh, we're just going to throw the dollar out the window anyways? It's hyperinflating, and we want to pay our debts in the dollar anyways, but we want to pay our debts when the dollar's worthless. That's pretty smart. But that hasn't been communicated to people like Elon, and they're all mad, like, why are we running the deficit up? That's the only reason I see. Maybe it's strategic. Run the deficit up, pay everybody back when the dollar's worthless. Why not? So maybe that's the plan that a lot of people don't understand. But by having a third party to bring up these questions, maybe we'll figure out, what's the plan?
The problem is when you pull the middle middle people, most people are in the middle somewhere. When you pull them away from the two choices, right? Then you're left with extremes on both sides, and you don't get a lot of discussion. What works better is when there's a healthy middle ground, and when
Totally.
yeah, and when there's debate. But the thing with the budget and all that is that it's grown, so much. The government has grown so big and too big to fail. And who controls that is the House of Representatives. We are the people that should demand where the money is spent, and we should demand accountability. But for a long time, people had been asleep. It hasn't been until recently that American people have become more in tune with what's been going on in our politics. And I think there was so much animosity towards the parties that people became very it became distasteful to be even talking to one another because everybody was shouting. I don't mean, I'm just using that metaphorically, but you're shouting at each other, even within your own family, over things that were silly. We just need to come back and understand that, when we expect our police to be at our door or the firefighters, they have to be paid by something. We all have to pool in the money for schools. We have to pull money in for roads and services. And those decisions are made at your local level, your state level, and then on the big picture, your federal level. And if you're not involved and you don't understand where and why that money needs to be spent or what it's spent on, then then you get the government that you deserve. So being more active in your local is really what I would suggest you do as an individual citizen.
It's a great way to put it, PJ.
Yeah,
Yeah. At least know who your representatives are,
exactly.
and just when there is an issue or something, bring it up. Leave a message, leave a voicemail, leave an email, and share your opinion. If you see a park that's run down and underkept, say something. Be like, hey, why you just and the more people that do that, change does come. I totally agree. Big buys coming in. We just broke that local high. Let's go, rockets, rockets, rockets.
Oh yeah. Let's do it. And it's bringing the alts with it this time instead of leaving them in the
Well, we
dust.
passed BJ's point.
Yay.
Big buys, big buys.
You're definitely onto something there, BJ, with the falling wedge thing on XRP. That when that daily chart, that trend line
Yes.
I had to
comes
take
down.
profit at 109,600. Hell yeah.
Good for you.
Thanks
Congratulations.
for the 545 number, BJ. That helped.
You're welcome.
Good job on the profits, profits, profits.
Yes.
It's always good. It's only the beginning. Who sings that song?
I don't know, but I think you and Quash should form a band. It would be great. Maybe I'll come in on some featurings too. I'll do a little featuring with you guys.
Quiet Riot.
I like Quiet Riot.
Deborah Conway, 1991. It's only the beginning. Is she Australian or American? Oh, that's why you guys haven't heard that song. Probably because she's Australian. No, that's an old song. That was funny.
All right. Well, while I'm out, I'm going to go get some coffee, and hopefully it doesn't go up that much further. Well, I'm gone. Hopefully it retraces a little bit so I can get. Oh, little pop up right there.
I don't know about that, bro. It's starting to.
By the time you're back, we'll be at 147K. Let's go.
Yeah.
Can you say you're leaving more often?
It is beautiful how the market makes people eat their words.
It's just
It's
beautiful.
kind of funny sometimes. It
I
does
just
it to
want
me
to
all the
drink my
time,
coffee, not
every
eat my
day,
word.
man. Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna come across this angular now, and we'll hit 109, 825, and then 841.
Do we have enough strength to blast past that resistance right here at the 109,650 ish? I guess.
Well, we're at 109, 738 at the moment, and there's a little corner at 109, 817. So between 817 and 841, and then 109, 931, we'll have a little bit of trouble.
This daily is looking like it wants to pop.
Yep, right up through this window. 110. Yeah.
I'm looking at this daily, like measured move is way above all-time high. Like I'm looking at 117 right now.
Oh yeah, that's the truth. Mm-hmm. I just don't know if we'll get there in one shot.
Oh yeah, no, it's not
So
gonna win.
true. Yeah, 112, 246 would have to be breached. And then 113, 635. And then 114, 997. Depends on the direct angular that we're on. But yeah, 117 to 120 is on that curve. So yeah, 117, 426 is probably very likely.
That's where I'm looking. There's going to be a lot of resistance around 117, 400,
Mm-hmm.
500.
Yeah.
There's already a lot of sellers kind of lining up there too.
Yep. That's the curve right there. Then if we can pass that, then it's the 119.
This is getting really, really exciting
Spicy.
looking, guys. Yeah. Like this has got a good chance. How many times have we visited these highs? 1, 2, 3, 4. Like probably like the 5th good time that we've been like up around this sort of region.
Yeah, and this
6.
pattern on the hourly almost looks like a inverse head and shoulder on this bull flag. It's an ugly one, but it's so ugly it's bullish because it's kind of tilted upwards a little bit, and it's on a bull flag. So I'm just like, all right, if it plays out something similar to that, like inverse head and shoulder, that's like I'm looking at that 117 area. I'm like, that would be an easy target.
Oh, big buys. Come on. Yeah, man, I'm all for it. I'm on board. I'm back in XRP again.
Let's
I'm
go.
glad. I
XRP
wanted to
Army.
say that earlier, Rick. You don't know
Yeah.
how much I wanted to say that. Please get back in.
Yeah.
XRP
No,
Army and Doge Army are gonna go to the moon together.
Yeah. I was like hoping that there would be another entry point, but it's okay. Like I just missed 3% of the move. That's
Sometimes
fine.
you just have
I'll
to
catch
say
it.
it's going there and just
It's okay. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah. Yep. No, I've had positions open on XRP for what's one of the long ones that I was looking at today? Because it tells me how long the duration of the trade was. So the recent ones were 11 hours, 14 hours, 1 day, 1 hour, 39 minutes, 1 hour, 6 minutes, 1 day. And then I go further down the list and there's like a 38 day.
So it would have
It's
been
like,
different had you had
whoa.
like taken a loss. That'd have been different. But you took profit. So it's basically like you're just doing
Yeah.
a
Oh no, it's
continuation of your
fine.
trade.
That's right. Yeah. I just missed a portion of it, and that's totally cool. It's fine.
Yeah.
So much better than losing money. Yeah.
Mhm.
Definitely. Missing out is not as bad as losing. Like losing sucks, but it's
Yeah, you
a
just
part of it. It's part of the
missed
game.
a little bit of
Yeah.
compounding.
But this
Well,
one
you
is a
can
little
miss.
riskier than the other one.
Yeah.
It is. Oh yeah. Yeah, dude. I gotta be careful with this one. I gotta respect the stop loss. Big time. Because it could get I'm up high. As far as at least the local structure is concerned, yeah, this is like the top of the building, you know? This is dangerous.
Yeah, I got hundreds of trades that have been open for like 5-6 months.
Yeah, Joe, are you starting to narrow those
Yeah.
down a little bit, or I remember you sold
Waiting
one
for
off
things
or
to
something.
get up there, bro. I'm waiting for things to properly get up there.
Joe, I thought you had
Yeah.
come down a little bit from your 80.
I have an 84 again now. But I
Oh,
again,
you
I
have
made it down to
84.
like 76, and then I tapped back into more of them. So I was like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You
But
know
I'm
what?
still
Like,
basically
I
all wide
know.
open. All
The
my
one
longs.
thing
I
I
know.
regret is not getting into Crow yesterday or the day before because, oh my gosh, I had the information and everything that Crow was going to pop, and then I just didn't act on it.
When's the last like real time that we had an expansion, as in like proper price discovery on Bitcoin? It was like pretty much January, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've been price discovering like Blue Sky. Like we had a little bit of action above, like to the 112, but I mean, that's not giant progress. Like
No, it
after
wasn't. It wasn't
110.
a run like a, like
Nah, it
a,
was like a swing fail. Yeah,
yeah.
it's like a wick. Yeah. Well, yeah, I do think that the market is so overdue for some kind of expansion. We've been so just grinding it out sideways. Stuck. But at the same time, though, like it's been building those floors up. Like we've been getting those higher lows, which is awesome.
There's our 109,711.
No.
So I've been trying to do is scoop a little bit at each of the floors that have been created over the months. Eventually I'll get to the bottom of the months. I just don't know what else to do.
Even if you don't get to the
sell for
bottom, you're going to
losses.
be. I mean, as long as your heavyweight's not in some of the really small caps, as long as I think most of your weight is in the higher cap ones out of the 84 you have, I think you're going to do really good.
Yeah, like 65% of those are all higher weights.
Nice,
Like,
nice.
yeah, the other ones are all ones that we've seen for a while. I mean, is Jasmine a high weight one?
Jasmine, I'd say mid-weight. That's like mid to high weight. Yeah, that's getting high weight, Jasmine. What's
You know
its
what I'm
market
saying?
cap right now?
So
I don't
it's
even know its
small
market
stuff like
cap.
Yeah, that's like that's the biggest Japanese play you can make in crypto, right?
But there
Jasmine.
is stuff I've got away from, like bonk and other things like that, where I've just like the whiff and the other things. It's kind of like where I'm good on those. Made money on them. Switched over to something else. I still see potential, but those still have potential. It's just I don't know. Still have whiff. Still have like bonk. It's just one of those things where I just kind of gave up on, even though it's number one in its category. Jib gave up on that one. Put them into more legitimate things like AVAX and others that I trust.
I think that RSR is going to do really good this run too.
Got some RSR as well.
It moved a little bit yesterday and today. Pretty nice.
Okay, so I'm looking at 109,215 about for our drawdown or a pullback. If this is our top right here, this 109,711, if we can't go past 109,841, that's where I see our. So I would have 109,212 in my head.
Yeah, local tops.
Got market opening in 12 minutes, 11 minutes. Right now, I'd rather see a dip before market open, just a little one. I hate pumping into market open because usually when you pump into market open in the first hours, big dip.
It takes it all back.
Yes, I'd rather go into market with at least a little retracement, but it looks like we're not going to get any that big of a retracement. But today being, Wednesday, the midweek right now, we just recently stepped into the second half of the year. I think a lot of the big players have been pushing second half and they want to prove it. So I think they're putting their money where their mouth is right now. And, everyone's really gung-ho about the second half blasting off. And you got to set the tone right at the beginning. It's like the first of the second half is pretty much this week and next week. So I'm thinking, sentiment should be pretty good, man. And then throughout the second half, I think up until the end of the year, it's like I don't think we're gonna have any drastic retracement unless Black Swan happens, something crazy in the news cycle. But if we just go with the plan and what's going on and how we're supposed to get this new framework, new regulation, I think it's just gonna be steady and up, in my opinion, non-financial advice. And Bitcoin, I'm talking about being steady and up. The alts are gonna rip, in my opinion. Like they're gonna go crazy. They've been suppressed so hard.
I totally agree, man. It's like the potential build up has been monumental, like very big. So much
Well,
pent up
practically
energy
since
just waiting.
FTX, don't you think? I mean, wasn't that like
Pretty much.
the big deflator?
Yeah, that was the first hit of the triple combo. Yeah, that was like we got bounced around a little bit. Yeah, that was like the first hit.
It feels like, the big money that moves the market has been very busy in Bitcoin because it's been very much a Bitcoin themed bull market so far. But I feel like, yeah, dude, the alts, like, why would they not? Like, they've done it every other cycle. So much money gets made with the alts. Like, why would they not pump them? Like, why would they not do that again? It just wouldn't make any sense that they just don't get any action at all. They're definitely gonna. It's just a matter of time, dude.
Yeah, and you see signs of accumulation on a lot of them because you see a lot of orders that come in that don't go out, and so the accumulation is there.
And think about the prior cycles, how much money they made off the alt season, like the alt runs, man. Like, why? As if they're not going to do it again. Like, it's totally unregulated. Like, it's a open free market. Barrier for entry is very low. It's there's no like market freezes or down sessions or anything like that to stop them doing what's worked in the past. So yeah, man, I think it's just a matter of time. Just a matter of patience. Patience will be rewarded. How's that S&P 500 pre-market looking? That's about to open soon, huh? Yeah, 6 minutes. 6 minutes. And the pre-market has been awesome. Look at that. Up, up, up. Isn't it impressive what we have achieved in a high interest rate environment? You know what I mean? The economy is supposed to be like buckled down tight. And here we are punching all-time highs on the stock market, and crypto's having a bull run. Well, at least Bitcoin is definitely. XRP definitely having a bull run.
Well, people got money. People got money and they want to make
it's
more
like,
money,
Yep. So I guess now we have a blueprint. It's like, okay, quantitative, like a tight economy with high interest rates doesn't necessarily spell, zero potential in the markets. Like it may not be as spectacular as when it goes the other way, like as in when there's easing and money printing and expansion in the economy, but yeah, dude, it still goes.
And we got to figure out how much of it's all these corporations
Mm.
that are getting these monster tax breaks that are just buying their own stock
I know, right?
versus mom and
And
pop. And
you know what it
what's
is?
Main Street? How much is Main Street actually putting
Mhm.
into
You know where the
stock
buck
market?
it's because of where the buck stops with interest rates. It stops with the common consumer. Like, it's just the retail crowd, the customers. That's who feels the pain of interest rates. Banks don't, they just pass it on. They pass the interest rate on to the customers. We
It's the same
feel
thing
it.
with
Like we're the ones that pay the bill. We're the ones that have to
the
pay
same
it.
thing with these ridiculous tax breaks that were passed
Oh,
through last week
yeah.
in the big beautiful bill. It's only going to help the big corporations. It's going to hurt everybody else. So, I mean, it's just going to be
It's like
going on
someone
for
has
a
to
long
pay
time.
for
It's
it.
just hollowing out the middle class, and there's not. It's only going to be the big boys that are still shoving in. I mean, look at Magnificent Seven. The only reason the stock market's been where the shit for the last 5-6 years has been just because of 7 stocks. You look at the rest of the stock market; it's not that great. If you took those 7 out.
So if you can't beat them, join them. I guess that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to play the market like them.
Yeah, but keep
Get
stacking
in on
against
the
us. At least over here,